Hey, where do you get that cool music? Not sure if I can hear you.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, where do you get that music?
Oh, I just pull it off just different places on YouTube.
You get copyright strikes for that?
No, there's a lot of copyright-free music.
Oh boy, that last one. Yeah. Do you know the name of that last one?
You just got to know where to look. I don't know. Let me see. Ajax.
Okay.
Ajax. He was a character in the Warriors film. Do you remember that film?
No, I don't.
The young street gang, the Warriors.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty bad, but it's a cult classic.
You can find that on YouTube?
The Warriors? No, probably.
No, Ajax.
Yeah.
The song.
I've said too much already.
Okay.
Mike, what are you doing up? I thought it was past your bedtime.
Oh, way past my bedtime, man. Us old people, we go to sleep at like 5 p.m. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what old people do, you know. They go to sleep. Everybody knows that, right? After you turn 60, you start going to sleep.
Yeah,
Is
well,
that what's your basis for that, by the way?
you've told me before that you get up really early and you're usually in bed by now.
No, no, no. I go to bed at about anywhere between 10 and 1 a.m. and I
Oh,
get
well,
up
I think
5
when
a.m.
I was just going off of when we talked, and I told you I usually stream at 8 p.m. and you said
Oh, yeah. I don't like to stream in after like 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon, because then I get more in the mode where I care more about life than I do about this BS on YouTube. And in the mornings, I'm all fired up. I'm all ready to go, right? But then, like, I just totally lose interest usually by this time. But I was a little bit in between Netflix series tonight, and thought I'd stop in and say hi. And I saw you
oh,
want to talk about feelings. I
lucky
got a
me.
I got a feeling.
Well, yeah, I thought that was the basis of your worldview.
Feelings? Actually,
Sure.
no. No. Rationality.
Feelings,
Rationality.
rationality.
Reason. Rationality. Pretty much the bit. Well, no,
Is it?
feelings are too. Feelings have a whole lot to do with most of what we do. Unfortunately, humans are nothing but animals,
Oh, is that
and
right?
feelings pretty much guide most of what we believe in and think, and whatever. But I try to get around that as much as I can.
Well, when you say that rationality is at the core of your worldview, didn't your feelings determine that?
Feelings, yeah. Feelings determine what you will say in response to a question, and in most cases, what action you'll take, mostly. But then, what are feelings exactly? Think about it. What are feelings?
Sense data.
Feelings are sense data.
Sense data combined with emotions.
What is sense data? I don't
The
believe in sense data. Okay,
You
so
don't
yeah,
believe in
yeah, I know what it is, but yeah, I
you
don't
don't
think
believe in the five basic senses.
there's a lot more than that. It's
Do tell.
that's a real limited view of how the human organism works. So no, I don't. And sense data isn't the whole story. Empiricism and sense data is kind of stupid. It's not. That isn't how you develop as a human being. That's not what happens to you.
But isn't what you just said about sense data being stupid? Isn't that just your feelings on the matter?
And your feelings are sense data. So which sense is that? Which one of the five is that feeling?
No, I'm
I,
saying isn't the basis for your claim about sense data itself just how you feel about the subject? I mean, is it
how I
really?
feel about the subject. No, it's a reasoned claim, based on physics and neuroscience and all this other stuff. So
Yeah, you feel like it's worth stating and that's worth taking your position.
oh yeah, we pretty much feel like doing things all the time. You call it a feeling, but then what do you think a feeling is? Okay, feeling and emotion, do you think those are the same thing?
No, I think like I was saying, like your feelings would be a compilation of sense data and emotions in your experience, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I see it a little bit differently. So uh,
Well,
basically,
yeah.
you have emotions. We can identify some basic emotions. We have like anger. We have I don't know. Love would be an emotion. Just feelings, basically. Well, they're feelings from our body would be called emotions, but then they go up into your cortex, and then you start to color them with concepts and language and a whole bunch of other stuff, and they become feelings at that point. So there's these basic driving emotions that all human beings have that make us move and make us do things. Those are emotions. And then feelings are more complicated than that. They're more like, it would be like a feeling would be more like an oil painting, something much more richer and complex than an emotion. But I'm just wondering what you think of that.
Well, I think there's a lot there, really. I mean, it's interconnected. Like you have like you're saying, if someone makes you angry, maybe another person, the same situation wouldn't make them angry. So it would be correlated with their belief system, their worldview, how they respond, right? Things like that. You
I don't
might
know,
get
like,
upset at something that I don't get upset at, and vice versa.
yeah, if you charge at me across a room with a hammer, I'm going to feel fear and anger, which is
Yeah.
how I'm going to respond to you. It doesn't have much to do with what I believe. I
Well,
can
that's
feel
true.
fear and anger without believing anything.
Yeah, you take the more extreme approaches, and we all have the same sort of response, like a instinct survival response approach. You're going to get pretty much the same response across the board. Although even within that type of scenario, like some people will run, some people will fight. You know, there's variations of how they might react.
Yep,
Some
depends
people,
on
yeah.
how fast you are and how big you are as to which I choose. But yeah, so anyway, if you perceive something threatening you, like if somebody's worldview threatens you, then you're going to react to it. And sometimes people feel very threatened by the fact that other people believe differently than they do, and they may get angry about that. And
Right.
but that would be like, but that goes back to that basic emotion, like running across a room with a hammer. You're somehow in your mind, you've could become accustomed to becoming angry because somebody believes differently than you. You see what I mean? You don't have to do that. That part is not necessary. The raw basic you're going to hurt me thing is pretty necessary, but it's not necessary to be angry at other people for not believing in your God, for instance. That sort of thing.
Well, yeah, you don't have to be angry at people. I think people get, they get angry when they realize that we're interconnected in a society and they're surrounded by people who, like, say, if you're talking about a believer who reject God and think that, like aborting babies or calling women men and men women and stuff like that is just, it's just what's happening in the culture. They start to get irritated because they think that, there's a standard that they have in place that it's going against, and these are registered voters who are putting these things into law and so forth. So
why would that make you angry if somebody was, in your perception, was born male and called themselves a female? Why would that make you angry?
it wouldn't necessarily make me angry. I think that I would more likely make them angry by not adhering to the deception that they're taking on themselves and trying to promote it as fact.
Well, what if they didn't care what you thought? They don't care about what you call them or what you think. In fact, they don't even live anywhere near you. They live in California. Why would that make you angry?
I think it comes down to the standard of truth. What do you think your standard of truth is? When people oppose that, I don't know if it necessarily needs to make you angry, but it can put you in a state where you're willing to defend it.
Okay. So you think you have to, if you find somebody in California calling themselves a female and they were a woman and they were born a male?
Do I think I have to what?
Are you obligated to do anything about that or feel any way about that?
I mean, what's the scenario? I hear about someone in California and I get all raged up and try to find them. I don't understand the scenario.
Yeah. You hear about somebody in California and something happens in California where somebody is, a trans person, and you see them online or whatever. And how should you react to that? What is your obligation? What do you feel you should do?
The obligation is, as a believer, would be love. And that entails quite a bit.
That's good. Okay, good. And how about leaving them alone, like letting them be and moving on to something else and not concerning yourself with it? Would that be an option or
choosing your battle? Yeah, choosing your battle. Sure. I think if someone from California pops online and wants to talk about that, though, that's where you keep your standard in place. You don't change your standard based on the current thing of what they're doing or what society or the culture is doing. You stay with the standard that you hold.
Sure,
And if it
if you were
becomes
to,
offensive to them, that's not necessarily your problem, right? But it just depends on the delivery and how you go about talking to them.
yeah, and your beliefs are not their problem either. And so, unless you try
Well,
to,
yeah, that's the
unless you
thing.
try to pass a law that controls them, then we got a whole different situation.
Well, I noticed
Like
that
if you try
when
to
you have
reach out,
when you have, let's say, a standard in place like a Christian foundation, and you're not willing to waver from that because you don't think that the truth is malleable based on the current theme or the current culture. Sometimes a Christian will say, in my worldview, because you're rejecting God and not believing, you're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. And then an unbeliever says, hey, don't tell me what I'm doing. Don't tell me I'm suppressing the truth. And then you have to say, as a believer, no, you are part of my worldview. All humans are part of my worldview. So when I speak of what you're doing, I'm gathering an opinion from what you're telling me, and I'm telling you that you are suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Then it gets kind of fuzzy. They get kind of offended. But it's interesting you bring that up, because really, if my worldview entails your position, then you ought to let me speak it, right?
well, we got to let you speak it anyway, I think. It's just that what we don't want you to do is try to go to the government and pass laws that are going to affect based on your beliefs and your worldview. That's what we don't want. That's what we're fighting about.
But
today.
see, now aren't you saying that you don't want me to believe something that affects you, and then you're doing the same action by trying to prohibit me from voting or putting in my perspective into what I believe to be true? Isn't that you getting in the way of that?
Yeah, you got a point there. Basically, what I'm saying is that there are a certain set of moral, you could call them truths, like thou shalt not kill. You don't want to steal. We don't want, there's certain things that we need laws about that I would agree with, right? But then there are things like the transgender issues, which I don't think are, or abortion, are any of the business of any government. And that's where, you see, it's those gray areas up on top where we tend to stumble into each other.
Well,
and that's always going to be the case. So do you want to fight me over this, or
no,
would you pick up arms?
No, but I want to challenge your position. I want to challenge the standard. When you say, I think that transgender should be left alone, or that abortion's okay, and you give your reasons, I say, that's fine. You can have your reasons, sure. But I want to challenge the standard. I want to draw back to where you're actually coming from, what you have actually established in your worldview. And I think that's the advantage that
nothing to do with worldview. It's basically it's maturity. It's human maturity.
Well,
understanding that there are things in the world that do not affect me, that are none of my business, and transgender people are none of my business, because you're making
a worldview claim. I'm using the word worldview as interchangeable with your philosophy.
What I don't understand is how you're saying none of this affects us.
How does it affect you?
I object. I think it does affect us.
Okay, how does it affect you? Does it make your weenie confused when you see a transgender person?
No, weirdo. My disagreement is this: I have daughters.
Oh, the children.
I have granddaughters.
Okay.
My granddaughters need safe places to go to the bathroom, but they don't have to walk in and see some dude diddling himself just because he wants to claim he's a girl.
Has that happened? Has somebody seen some dude diddling himself? What? Okay, can you
don't
link
you
me
read
to
the newspapers, dude? Don't you watch news?
Can you link me to the article? Okay, link me to. I've
Why
never heard
don't
of
you
an
get
incident.
over your and look it up yourself?
I got an idea. Let's just assume it does happen, that Eric's correct, which I would tend to agree with Eric on this. Let's just say it does happen. What does that do to your position, Mike?
Okay, so what if we spent a few dollars on restrooms and put doors all the way down and all the way up to the ceiling, and you had locked doors? And we
men
had
be men.
unisex restrooms.
Why don't you just let men be men and women be women?
Let men
Let
be
women
men and
stay
let
in their
women be
women's
because
bathroom.
because
And
some people disagree with you.
Let women stay in women's sports, so men don't have to beat the hell
I
out of
don't
them.
give a shit about sports either. I mean,
Well,
that's
you
up to
see,
the
there you go.
sports team.
You just don't care about anything but your own agenda, your own self.
That's up to the
You're a
sports
very
team.
selfish man, a very
So
shallow and selfish
so
man.
you've got this in your imagination that there's these men out there that have gone through the pain of transgendering so that they can go in the bathroom and watch their little granddaughters or whatever. And no, that I've never
What
heard
pain
of
of
that.
transgendering, dude?
What's that? It's
Get
not
off,
pain.
get off the crybaby stuff and tell me what pain are you talking about allows them to go in and be perverts in front of my grandchildren?
Okay, if I were to like grow my hair out or but I'd have to put on a wig because I'm bald, and I were to basically take hormones to make my breasts bigger and lose all my facial hair, I would do all that just to do some perverted act. Do you really think I would go
Well, if
through
you
that
want
in
to
my
deny
life?
that this happens, dude, you go ahead and deny it. The rest of us will
Well,
move on in the real world and laugh at your
okay. How
shallowness and
often
stupidity.
has this? How often? Okay, you haven't given me an instance yet. You haven't showed me an actual news
Well,
article.
I'm
Go ahead and
assuming
show
you're
me.
a grown man that's able to watch the news and pick up a newspaper for
I
himself.
could watch the news for the next.
Yeah,
I watch the
I
news
guess you
every
don't know
day,
how
and
to Google, do you?
I've never seen it. I've never seen this happen. I've
Of
never heard of
course
an
you
instance
haven't.
where this has happened. No, I
Of
haven't.
course you haven't, because you're probably watching MSNBC all day,
I
and or
watch.
sitting around with your trans friends, one or the other. I don't know which it is, but
So
yeah,
if I
it happens all the time, dude.
watch Fox News, I'll see all kinds of instances of this happening every day. Like it's just really, yeah.
Well, if you want to
Unisex
deny it happens,
bathrooms.
go right ahead. It's not my job to educate you.
Okay,
It's not.
Sherry put it. All we'd have to do is spend a few bucks because I do not like peeing in front of other men. I always go in a stall and close the door. And
Of
when I go to
course.
when I go to McDonald's, I really like it because they have floor to ceiling stalls.
What's
And
the problem?
that would be the solution to all this problem. So why make a big deal out of this shit?
Well, let's talk about this, Mike. What's the issue with you not wanting to pee next to other men?
I'm shy. I'm a shy person, and the other thing is I feel kind of like a cow, and I'm not a cow. I'm a human being.
And why do you think a woman then would want to be in the same bathroom with a man if you don't want to be in the same bathroom with a man? That is weird reasoning, dude. You're
right. What I'm saying is that we need to get off this bullshit that men should be peeing in a trough together because that's gross. That's just gross. I mean, I think it's my personal opinion that we ought to have basically
you're just so full of personal confliction. It's hilarious.
Yeah, personal conviction. So Sherry Hatfield says they need to make more unisex bathrooms, and that would be
that
fine.
doesn't help men in
and you know what else is wonderful? Holiday. You go in there and you lock the door.
What about women and what about men and women's sports, dude? I guess you're all for men.
Mike, do you actually choose?
Okay, men and women. Okay, sports is for sports associations to decide. They decide on what drugs you can use, what kind. They decide on classes.
We've already done that.
And have you heard of heavyweights?
They've already decided they've already decided we should have men's sports and women's sports.
Well, that's fine. Then that's what they decided.
Then all of a sudden you have a bunch of weak ass men that can't play their sport. They rank 400, 500 in swimming. They rank terribly in boxing, terribly in wrestling, terribly in weightlifting. They can't hang with other men. So they drop down to women's sports and they excel.
So you think that the government should come in and tell the boxing commission who should be a lightweight, heavyweight, middle?
I think Donald Trump is president because he's already done that.
Okay, so he's already done that. Okay,
yes.
So how does that fit in with the Republican idea that the government should be small and we shouldn't have regulation?
Well, yeah, it doesn't have to be huge to have common sense, dude.
So you're saying we should regulate sports teams?
It was already regulated long before Biden.
Can you name
none of this happened before Biden, dude?
Can you name a sports organization? I don't know what they are like. Like who controls boxing?
You need to get a life outside of your transgender crap, dude.
Who controls boxing?
Gay stuff. Come on.
I have.
Mike, are you? Let me ask you a question, Mike. You're not just. You just don't ignore transgenderism. You actually promote it to
I have friends. I have friends that are transgender, and I have gay friends.
Yeah.
And I know them. I understand them. I cannot be them. There's no way that I could become gay or become transgender. There's no way.
Do you know Blair White?
What's that?
Do you know Blair White?
No.
Blair White is a transgender that totally disagrees with you in almost everything you said tonight.
Okay. And what is the disagreement?
Well, that men should be in women's bathrooms, that men should be in women's sports. As a matter of fact, Blair White, I guess he was one of the first openly transgenders with the YouTube channel. Well known across the community. Used to be well loved in your community. Now, unfortunately, hated because Blair White is a Trump supporter. Openly voted for Trump. Openly stands for women's sports. Openly stands for. You see, here's the thing: men like you used to stand behind women's rights, and now you trample all over them. No, you do not stand for women's rights now.
Yeah, I think we ought. I think women.
If you stand for transgender rights,
I think women should have privacy in the bathroom. That's what I think.
Mike, hold on a sec, though. Mike, what is a woman?
What is a woman? A female?
Yeah.
Okay, biological female, right?
So you do know there's a distinction.
There's biological females, there's biological males, and then there are people that are somewhere in between biologically.
People in between biologically?
Yep, I think they have a name. I don't like the name, but there are people born with like bizarre sets of chromosomes. There are people born with organs that they can't even tell which way it goes. So, I mean, there is a gray area there, right?
Well, you're talking about a very, very
small there's gender
percentage, right?
And then there's gender, which is a social construct that basically happens as you grow. You end up with a different gender. Like for instance, I slide heavily toward feminine on a number of things, like peeing with men in a trough. I don't like that. I'm shy. And I have a bunch of feminine characteristics. So that's gender. That's different than sex. And you guys apparently don't get that. You think it's like, oh, it's got to be like, you got to be a man, got to have a beard.
Well, you can act feminine or you can act masculine. It's up to you.
Yes. And the older I get, the more feminine I want to be, because men kind of suck.
Yeah. That's your choice. And thank God most men don't think that.
Well, do you think my choice should be controlled by the government? Do you think the government should control restrooms and sports teams?
No,
so we should have regulation of those, but we shouldn't have regulation of the oil industry? Okay, are you a Republican or not?
What are you talking about?
I'm a good Republican. I'm a good Republican. Okay, I believe in no government low government regulation, except for in areas that affect all of us, like the oil industry and stuff like that. I've changed my mind on that, but I believe in small government, low taxes, and as little regulation as we can get away with. Like, we don't want to regulate bathrooms or sex or gender. We don't want to regulate women's wombs. We want to stay out of all the business that's gray area where people are going to disagree with you.
So in other words, you want abortion, but you don't want us to.
Oh, hell yeah.
You don't want us to come against abortion. You don't think we have that right?
You don't have the right to mess with my woman's womb.
I'm sorry, but I have the right to defend my possible grandchildren.
Your grandchildren, yeah. Your
or anybody else.
Fine.
If nobody else is going to defend
No, you don't have any right to defend mine.
Of course
you don't have any right. You don't have any right to tell
kill them.
You don't have any right to tell my nieces what they do with their bodies.
If you're going to speak up to kill them, if you're going to speak up, if you are going to defend them,
You don't have any right to tell my. You don't have
if
any
you're
right
going
to tell
to
my
speak
nieces
up,
what
if
they
you are
do
going
with their
to speak
bodies.
up, Do you realize
Mike,
how inconsistent you sound when you say that you can speak up for the rights to abort children, but we can't speak up for the rights for those children to live?
They aren't children. They're fetuses.
Do you realize what a monster, what an insane, two-faced, inconsistent monster you sound like?
To you, yeah, because
Or
okay,
to
these
anybody
are
that's on my side, dude.
okay. These
You're
are
telling us
great.
that you have the right to
Let me
demand
know
that
when you're done.
abortion. You have the right to demand abortion be made available to women. You demand
Okay,
that
there,
right, and
there
then
are
you
some
say
key.
we don't. Then you say we don't have the right to defend those babies.
No, you don't. They're not babies. There are gray areas.
If they're not
Okay,
babies, what are they?
fetuses. They don't have
Fetuses of what?
minds. They don't have. They don't have lives,
What?
minds,
What?
identity, any of that.
Of course
They
they
don't
have.
have
hold
gender. They
on a
have no
second.
gender.
What is
Of course they
identity
have
and
gender.
mind? You're coming from a physicalist position. You're pulling in identity and mind all of a sudden.
Yeah, identity.
And mind.
Identity is my set of memories. The basically the neural connections that allow me to remember my life. You know, what's happened to me since I can remember back to when I was 1 year old. And that is my identity. I can't remember before that. And if somebody had killed me before that, I really wouldn't give a shit.
One other question there. You did say you're a good Republican. Are you being facetious?
I do identify as a Republican, but it has nothing to do with the Republican Party today. Republican Party today has gone fucking batshit crazy.
Who's the last Republican you voted for?
They're pissing on the Bush in 2000.
Okay.
And do you identify as a man or a woman?
Identify?
Yeah.
I don't like to identify. I'm Mike. Why do I have to identify as a man?
Well, I'm just asking what you do identify as.
I got a penis, but you know, I think that's none of your business.
Well,
so I identify as Mike.
About how effeminate you are too. So, hence my question.
I like feminine things. Yes.
Yeah. So, do you identify as a man or a woman?
Not anymore.
So you identify as non-binary?
I think that I kind of like that. I think I found that I
Okay.
identify as asexual, and I think maybe non-binary. I just don't think about it.
I think it's
like
hilarious.
when I see another person
doesn't know what they are. I just think that's hilarious.
When I see another person, I just try to see the person. I don't try to see their race or their gender.
I don't
you
see
think
how
I'm
you can be
confused,
much more Yes.
God, if this is confusion, I love it. I am.
I believe that. I do.
I am
because
so
your ideas are all over the place. You contradict yourself at every road, and you claim that you're the only one that has the right to think anything or speak out on anything.
Well, you don't have the right to step over the line into some other person's life. That's what I'm saying. Well, that is a strong Republican principle.
Aren't you doing that? No, it's not.
Nope.
Of course it is. When you say that a man has the right to go into a woman's bathroom, that's exactly what you're doing. You're espousing your predilections, the things that you want to see, and nobody else better have a damn opinion on it. If they do, they better shut their mouths, right?
I did not say that I have the right to go into a woman's bathroom.
That is exactly what you've left us with this evening.
What I'm saying is that I would make laws about it, is what I'm saying. I would make laws about it. But
you would just make laws that abortion is legal.
So
right?
one time.
Am I right or wrong?
What's that?
You would make laws that abortion is legal, right or wrong?
Yes, that's not your business,
so
not my business. Not my business, not your business.
We just caught you in a lie, dude. You said we don't have the right to make this a political thing. And yet here you are. You've made it a political thing. You're contradicting yourself. You're all over the place, dude. You don't even know where you stand.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, there's laws against things. You think that's political to not have those laws? Like, okay, if you made a law against
never mind, dude. You went right over your head.
I see where you were going there.
I don't think
who joined us.
Hey, brother Timothy, how you doing, man?
How you doing, Brother Timothy?
Brother
I'm
Tim.
good, brothers. How are y'all?
Doing all right.
Very
By
good.
the way, brother,
I'm
I've
Brother
got a
Mike.
praise report for you, Brother Timothy, and for Brother JG. I've asked you guys to pray for Sister Sarah.
Yes.
She had that bout with cancer a year ago, and then they thought she was having another bout with cancer growing in her bones. She's gone for all of her scans, and she's completely cancer free. So,
Wow.
Praise Jesus.
amen.
Amen.
That's great.
So they think that broken pelvic bone was just from her previous treatments weakening her bones. So that's nothing a little calcium won't take care of, hopefully.
Cool. Yeah, I had a brush with cancer. I had kidney cancer a couple of years ago.
I'm glad you got over it.
I'm glad you got over it.
Well, the only reason I did is because I fired my doctors in the Twin Cities here and went down to the Mayo Clinic. Otherwise, they would have killed me here. But it was, it wasn't really scary. It was kind of like, oh, okay, this might kill me. Because you're always wondering, how you're going to die. I mean, I always have anyway. I've always like, what's going to end me? And I was like, okay, now I know. But then it didn't. So it was kind of like, holy shit, dodge a bullet. I like dodging bullets.
Yeah, you're like Neo in the Matrix, man.
I think so. Well, yeah, God, I'm a drug addict and an alcoholic. And the way I abused my body before I was 57 years old, 6 packs of cigarettes a day, 6.2 is what I measured.
Wow.
I measured 6.2.
That's like
I
a cigarette
measured it.
every 8 minutes, dude.
I know. I measured it from the minute for I think it was I measured 30 days and I had a certain amount of cigarettes and I counted them and I figured it out and it's like, damn, 6.2 packs. I mean, I left big butts in the ashtray and stuff like that, but
that's
I
expensive.
quit that 14 years ago. Actually, I was paying $1.30 a pack and I was getting them from a reservation before they made that illegal. So wasn't too bad. I got a 10 cartons of cigarettes in the mail and I did this thing where I wrote on the whiteboards like it was 7:32 p.m. and I measured how long it would take me to smoke those 10 packs or 10 cartons and came out with 6.2 packs a day. But anyway, I've dodged a lot of bullets. I don't know. I feel kind of guilty about it because I've had a lot of friends die. So a lot of my friends didn't make it.
Yeah. It's a lot of smokes, dude.
Yeah. So you guys think all the stuff Trump's doing is great?
I love what he's doing so far.
You love what Musk is doing too. You think Musk has your best interest in mind?
Absolutely.
Well, I think that
he has
Trump
no
was
reason not
elected.
to.
If you would
reason not to.
recall, you see, I think that the mind of the left doesn't put much thought into things. They don't analyze things very well, and you have a very deceptive way of looking at things that allows you to fool yourself.
Like making Canada being friends with Canada.
Long before I'll give you an example. You act
Canada's
like you
just
don't.
another welfare state for the U.S. Are you kidding me?
You act like you don't know.
If we didn't subsidize Canada, y'all would be broke, poor, more destitute than you already are.
And you already act like you don't know that Trump was elected after saying that he was going to put Vivek and Musk in charge of a Doge committee and go through everything and balance everything and get rid of the government corruption. That's what they were elected to do. You pretend you don't know that.
So how much money do we give? How much money do we give Canada? How much money do we give?
The vast majority of Americans voted for Trump to do this very thing.
They
They
voted,
voted
for
for
us.
Trump. Well,
Well, they
you
voted
can
for
you can
Musk,
put it
yeah.
any way you want, but you see, here you are right now. You have an opportunity to talk to Trump voters, and you don't want to listen to what they say. You're still intended to make it what you want it to be.
Okay, how much aid do we give Canada every year?
Way too much.
How much?
200 billion.
200 what?
200 billion.
Billion?
Yes, billion.
If you Google it, it says we give them less than 35 million a year.
That's you're using. I'm sure you're using a liberal source that's leaving half of the information out. I'm absolutely sure of that, man.
AI overview.
Right. I'll tell you what. I've got a real good website for you. It's called whitehouse.gov.
What is it?
White House. It's the website for the White House.
Oh, White House. Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't believe anything they said. That's
Right. No.
pretty
Well,
biased news.
see. Right. You're not getting it from the horse's mouth. You're getting it from.
That's
some
not the
other
horse's
source
mouth. That's the horse's ass. That's the horse's ass.
Well, that's your opinion, but that doesn't take it away from you're not getting the
So
information.
Okay. So you put a person in power in the White House, and you're going to believe anything that the White House says over and above anything that Google AI says. Google AI just told me 35 million a year.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's
really?
what it told me.
You are Google AI. Really?
Yeah, Google AI. Google's the one that decided to buckle and call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Remember? And they're kind of they're run by
Google
billionaires.
AI. Even Jill's laughing. I know, Jill. It's all I can do to keep from laughing.
Okay, what's wrong with Google AI?
Who puts the information in Google AI?
Okay, here's foreign assistance by
country. No. Who? What entity? Adds or gave Google AI all of its information?
The internet.
No, people.
They scrubbed
humans.
The internet.
Humans.
Oh no!
Right,
oh, humans.
Right.
Oh wait! So you think humans?
So, no, wait.
Okay, let me know when you're done. I'll tell you how AI works.
I'm very aware of how AI works.
Are you?
Yeah.
So humans write it down and program it into
from human beings.
Yep.
Otherwise, AI would
all
be
of them
ignorant eye, wouldn't it?
All of them. It takes all of the keystrokes from all the human beings on the internet, all the papers written, everything, and it basically comes up with an opinion. Sometimes it's wrong. I'm trying to check.
You're not aware of how AI works, are you?
Okay, yeah, I know how AI works. I'm a programmer.
Right. Okay. Well, then you, of all people, should know this.
It can't work.
You're trying to give AI sentience.
It cannot work by a human telling it what to do.
Well, of course, it has to.
AI.
A human plugged it in. A human can also walk over and unplug it.
So you think a human decided what AI was going to read? That's what you think?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much data AI has digested?
Well, that doesn't matter.
How many humans are there
AI
working?
to do that?
Okay. How many do you think there's like a trillion people working for Google that are putting this information into AI? And they're all liberals on your view? Okay, forget that discussion.
Somebody put the information in there.
Let's get back to the point.
Put the information in there, dude.
Give me a website that tells you how much we spend on foreign governments besides the White House.
Whitehouse.gov.
What is it?
Whitehouse.gov. I just told you.
I don't trust the White House.
Okay, well, see, then there's no more conversation.
You have a billionaire
I don't trust your sources. You don't trust my sources. You're not smart enough to realize that humans created AI. I don't know that. I feel really like I'm beating up a dumbass. I'm gonna have to back out here, y'all. Y'all can have him.
So Yeah, you're pretty stupid yourself, dude.
But as
You're,
I'm
you,
sitting
you,
here,
you,
as I'm sitting
you're
here,
going to believe anything that Trump and Musk tell you,
as
no
I'm
matter
as
what
I'm
it
sitting
is.
here, as I'm sitting here
minutes.
listening to you, I hear you making comments like AI goes over every paper in the world that's ever been written. How ridiculous!
Nearly.
How ridiculous! You don't realize the reams of information that AI is not going to have access to.
It has
You
basically they scrub the entire internet is what they do. They don't
just
limit
don't
it.
have the slightest idea of how much information they do not have, how much information escapes them. You
Okay,
have no idea.
How much escapes them?
It's not as simplistic as you're making it. No, you are way off. They do not have access to all the information in the world.
They don't have all the papers, but they got a lot of them. Because I work in biology and evolution, and I ask questions all the time, and I find it in the papers. So apparently they're digesting papers.
You work in evolution. Let me prove a point here. You believe in evolution, right?
I'm stuck on Canada.
Yeah, you believe in. I want to prove a point here.
It says $7 million. We gave Canada $7 million.
You believe in evolution.
We've gone from 35 million down to 7, and Brother Timothy brought up 200 billion. This is a huge.
Well, it says since 2001, it hasn't been greater than 35 million, but in 2024, apparently it was 7.3 million, all agencies. And this is from foreignassistance.gov. So this is this a government? Yeah, this is a government agency, foreignassistance.gov. You got any other countries? Like, let's look at one that
AI overview. The United States subsidizes Canada with over 100 million annually, and that's just an overview. That's not talking about all the.
How'd you get that?
I told you it's an AI overview. You type it in Google, and it gives you an AI overview. You don't know that much?
I just did that, and it said 35 million.
Well, you want to see what I'm looking at?
Yeah. Okay, what did you type in? What did you type in exactly?
You're about to see.
No, it's who's got the smarter AI. This is rich. I swear, this is rich.
Okay. Can you see that?
Let's see. Do you mean
the question is how much financial support does Canada receive from the USA?
Okay, you said 200 billion. So this is 100
that's
million.
not what I said.
You said 200 billion.
No, I said that and I misspoke. I meant 200 million.
That's not.
Yeah,
I didn't.
That's not a hell of a lot.
The United States subsidizes Canada with over 100 million annually. Now, that's just what we put on the books every year. But we actually give them when it comes to various other types of support, they get billions of dollars more, and I can back this up and prove it. But what I want to do, since you
go ahead, back that up.
Okay, well, I'm changing the subject. You brought up evolution.
Okay,
and
I want
to point out that you believe in evolution despite the most basic thing that disallows it. And the number one is you can't point out anywhere, anytime, where life just randomly formed. Nowhere. You can't point it out in a laboratory. You can't point it out in nature. It's never been observed. It's never been recreated.
Nothing to do with evolution, dude.
Now that is to do with evolution.
No,
because without that is the very beginning of evolution. And if you go to, let me see, it's, gosh, I'm trying to think of the name of the university.
You're talking about abiogenesis. It's not evolution. I'm sorry.
Well, I can show you berkeley.edu, Evolution 101, where it talks about soup to cells. It talks about abiogenesis is the beginning of the evolutionary procedure, the evolutionary process. And they explain this by saying life itself evolved. It kept trying to evolve, trying to create some kind of life. And it would come close and it wouldn't quite succeed. And come close and it wouldn't succeed. And then they finally succeeded. But then all of a sudden it stopped again. They don't know how or why. That's just ridiculous. They can't, that's a total guess. And they have absolutely nothing to support it. Number two.
Put what you're looking at up on the screen. I don't know.
Number two.
Put what you're looking at up on the screen.
Number two.
Eric, can you share it?
Number two, you cannot create a cell. And if you can't create a cell, if nature can't create a cell, or if a cell can't be created in a lab, then you cannot create life.
Who says it can't?
All life is cellular. Life is either a single-celled or a multicellular event. You have single-celled life and you have multi-celled life. So without a cell, you have no life. And cells don't naturally form. You can't show me one that ever did. You can't show me one that a man ever made. So you have absolutely zero proof for evolution. As a matter of fact, if you're going to look at this honestly, what we do have is information that makes evolution impossible. Show me the creation of a cell anywhere.
That's not evolution.
Of course, it's evolution.
No, it is.
You have to have a cell before you can have
cells
life.
Are created all the time. You used to be one cell. Now you're 27 trillion. In your body. In your body. They're created all the time.
How are they created?
You see what I got here? So if I type it in, if I type it in differently,
how are cells created? Tell me, how are cells created?
Divides from another cell.
There you go.
There you go. Has nothing to do. Okay, that's evolution. Now we're talking about evolution. How cells divide.
Where did that first cell come from?
Okay, you were talking about abiogenesis, a whole different theory. You're not talking about evolution. Okay, you don't know what evolution is, do you?
It would be the process of creating that first cell.
You don't know what evolution is, do you?
Well, yeah, I do. I'm talking circles.
No, you don't. You think it's the process of creating the first cell. It's not. It's not evolution.
Then what life was created if it wasn't a cellular life?
So you see, I typed in a different thing to Google and I got a different number.
Answer that question. What life was created if it wasn't a cell?
What?
What life was created?
Okay, evolution is evolution. Okay, God created all the eukaryotic cells, single-celled animals, and from there on, God let evolution take over, and that's how we ended up with the diversity of life today.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, God created all the eukaryotic cells in the ocean, and then evolution took over. We had DNA, we had ribosomes, we had all of that. We had mitochondria. It took over, and now we have the diversity of life we have today. That's the theory of evolution.
But
that's
Mike,
what I study.
He wants your worldview. He doesn't want you to include God if it's not part of your worldview. But back to
no, I'm granting you. I'm agnostic.
No, but
we eukaryotes out there.
I mean, you're supposed to argue from your position, but
what is my position?
But even if you
your worldview, like you don't think that God started it, so
I'm agnostic about how the eukaryotes got there.
I would still challenge him on his worldview, in that he can't prove that any one life form is related to another different life form. For instance, he cannot prove. He cannot.
Science doesn't prove things.
He cannot.
Science doesn't prove things. I told you that.
You moron.
No, it doesn't. No, science doesn't prove things.
Guys, hold on a sec. You're just kind of jumping around into evolution. To be fair, Eric, you did just kind of jump that out. But back to this whole thing about the 35 million. It is 100 million versus 35 million. I mean, that's a big difference. Yeah. But we thought the original number was in the billions, hundreds of billions. So
I know. So like 100 million is nothing. That's a drop in the bucket. I mean, that is so little. That's incredible. Let's see, we got ChatGPT. Yeah, let's see. Okay. What is
a woman?
Difference between, you want to go back to that? Evolution and abiogenesis. I can't type. See, that's why I don't do this. I mean,
evolution would presuppose some form of abiogenesis is the point.
No, it doesn't. Evolution is a very distinct concept from abiogenesis. There's a lot of Christians that believe that God dumped a bunch of eukaryotes in the ocean, and that's where evolution started. And they're agnostic about how God did it, basically. There are Christians that believe that totally believe that it came from single-celled organisms, eukaryotic organisms, and developed into the diversity of life we have today. A lot of Christians believe that. A lot of Christians are evolutionists. I don't know why you don't know that. Okay,
no,
so
I
here's
do know that. I think it
different.
makes sense when you're talking to the person that you argue from their perspective and you argue from your perspective. That's
it also makes sense not to move the goalposts. If you want to talk about evolution, then you're talking from eukaryotes forward. If you want to talk about abiogenesis, then you're talking about basically the earth cooling and all that bullshit. And I'm not going to talk to you about abiogenesis. My field is evolution.
Okay. Brother, could I share this with you?
Yeah.
Sure. This is from Berkeley University.
From soup to cells.
Can everybody see the definition or the web address here? evolution.berkeley.edu. From soup to cells. This comes from Berkeley's Evolution 101 course. Evolution encompasses a wide range of phenomenon, from the emergence of major lineages to mass extinctions, to the evolution of antibiotic-resistant bacteria in hospital today. However, within the field of evolutionary biology, the origin of life is of special interest because it addresses the fundamental question of where we and all living things come from. So this is Berkeley EDU telling you you're wrong. Many lines of evidence help illuminate the origin of life. Ancient fossils, radiometric dating, phylogenetics, chemistry of modern organisms, and even experiments. However, since new evidence is constantly being discovered, hypotheses about how life originated may change or be modified. It's important to keep in mind that changes of these hypotheses are a normal part of the process of science, and they do not represent a change of the basic evolutionary theory. Here you can learn about important hypotheses regarding when, where, and how life originated. There you go. Soup to cells, the origin of life.
They're wrong.
This is Berkeley University, Evolution 101, and you're just going to say they're wrong.
They're wrong. Yes, they're wrong. Yeah, okay. they basically they spoke out of turn. They spoke out of turn.
You can't possibly be wrong. What are your qualifications to say they're wrong?
ChatGPT. I'm going to go with ChatGPT. It says there's two distinct concepts in biology. Okay. Where do they say that they're the same concept?
Yeah. Forget what academia has to say about it, right?
Most academia would disagree with this.
And you know why? Because like you, abiogenesis proves them wrong. Just like the creation of the first cell proves you wrong.
Okay, none of this stuff that I'm highlighting has anything to do with abiogenesis. This is all evolution. And why are they talking about abiogenesis?
What are you talking about?
Many lines of evidence help illuminate the origin of life. No, ancient fossils, radiometric dating, phylogenetics, and chemistry of modern organism and experiments have to do with evolution. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with abiogenesis.
You're going to assert now.
You want to move the goalposts. You just want to move the goalposts.
You're going to assert now that this article does not say abiogenesis is the beginning of the evolutionary process.
Where do they say this? Where do they say abiogenesis in here?
And if you can't read it in what I just read to you, I guess you'll never see it.
Emergence of major lineages or mass
I'm not going to hold your hand
and
force you to be honest, dude.
The origin of life is of okay. They're talking about the origin of the diversity of life. They're not talking about abio here at all. They don't say abiogenesis anywhere. Where do they say
the origin of life is?
what do you think? Apparently, what you think is different than what Berkeley thinks. Berkeley thinks the origin of life is basically how we account for the diversity of life today. They don't say anything about abiogenesis here. Wow. They don't say anything. None of this is evidence for abiogenesis.
Look at that very last,
except for chemistry.
Read that very last paragraph.
Here we can learn important. Which one? Many? Starting with many?
Starting with here.
Here you can learn about important hypotheses regarding when and how life originated.
There you go.
And find out how scientists. Okay, they're talking about diversity of life. They're not talking about abiogenesis.
You just read Origin of Life.
I believe
they're not. Regarding
they're not talking about abiogenesis.
Regarding when, where, and how.
Yeah, the person that wrote this was some probably secretary or something.
Smarter than us?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, when did life? Now they're going to talk about abiogenesis. Okay. 3.5 billion years ago, they're talking about abio. They're not talking about evolution.
That very last sentence lets you know. Why did they put abiogenesis as part of Evolutionary 101?
So you get all your information from this website, from Berkeley Evolution 101.
No,
Is that
I'm telling you?
Okay, that's the limit of your intelligence.
I've taken college courses on evolution on my own. What have you done?
Oh, you have. I've taken college courses.
Sure. On evolution.
Molecular biology and neuroscience.
Oh, Mike, you want to try the question on the screen? I think some people are interested in what you're talking about.
Why life is here. Why do you think life is here, Mike? Where did life come from according to your worldview? I believe that it came from abiogenesis, but we don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. I have some ideas, but no, I don't. I'm not going to fight about abiogenesis. I want to talk about evolution. And that means we have to start with eukaryotes. Single-celled eukaryotes.
Well, I want to know what your credentials are.
My what?
Your credentials.
Oh, I'm a computer programmer, a hack, self-educated.
No, I'm talking about as far as evolution and biology is concerned.
I've taken a few college courses in logic, philosophy, evolution, mathematics, not evolution particularly, but molecular biology, neuroscience, and things like that. And I've read for 20-some years on the topic.
You've taken absolutely no college courses whatsoever on evolution itself.
I haven't taken any for credit. I've taken nothing for credit.
Okay, well, let me tell you where I get mine. I've read over 1,500 peer-reviewed papers on that have to do with the fossils, the original fossil finds that were used in various parts of evolutionary theory. Over 1,500 peer-reviewed papers, not magazine articles. I've read, and not just the textbooks. I find that the textbooks depart from the peer-reviewed papers. There's quite a wide difference between what we find in peer-reviewed papers and the claims made in textbooks. And then I've taken every college course, every bit of every piece of college course I could find on evolution, which would include Berkeley's Evolution 101, which you can find online. So yeah, I've taken it. Better than that, you see, I'm not in a box. I don't have somebody that guides me here, but won't let me go here. I have the option to take the textbooks, to take the peer-reviewed papers, and to take these college courses and find out what the facts are, what we actually do have, and then find out what the claims are, see how vastly different they are. For instance, what do you know about the Tiktaalik?
About what?
The Tiktaalik, however you want to pronounce it.
Oh, basically the first fossil we have that shows like a really ancient or archaic version of tetrapod limbs. That's Tiktaalik.
And what about its life?
About its life?
Yeah. Where did it live? How did it live?
They think it lived in swamps, but they're not sure. They don't know where Tiktaalik lived.
Yeah, they make a lot of claims. They make a claim that it was amphibian. They claimed it lived in the water. They claimed it lived on land. The truth
Here's
is,
the kind of paper. These are the kind of papers I read. Okay, and I've got something like 6,000 of them.
And in other words, what you're doing, you're reading the textbook stuff that does not reflect at all.
This is a peer-reviewed paper. This is not a textbook stuff.
What paper is that?
This one is Hippo Pathway and Organ Size Control Tissue Regeneration and Stem Cell Self-Renewal. The interesting part about this is they're showing Drosophila, which is a fruit fly. They're showing the pathways, and they're showing the mammalian pathways, and they're showing how similar they are. You see how similar they are?
So it's nothing to do with evolution. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, this is evolution. This is basically embryogenesis. This is how evolution
How is
happens.
that evolution?
You see this HPO, and you see MST1/2. Okay, that's a mutated form of a protein that does the same function. And all of this comes together, determines organ size, and determines how cells basically separate in the embryo. And this is really important because slight mutations in this can drastically alter the phenotype of the organism. And of course, from mammals to Drosophila to a fruit fly, you see a whole lot of alteration, right? So we got a fruit fly on the left, we got a mammal on the right.
How does this relate to evolution?
This is evolution. This is the study of evolution.
What I mean is, you say this is evolution, but how does this explain or show or prove that the fruit fly and the mammal has a common ancestor?
Common ancestor. Well, we look at these proteins like WTS here. We look at that one, and we look at LATS1/2, or LATS1 and LATS2, and we get the genomes basically of those two things, and we compare them. And parts of that genome are functional and important, right? And there are other parts that it doesn't matter. And we find that the functional parts are conserved, but the parts that don't matter differ. And now if we go back and look at humans and mice, and we look at LATS1 and 2, we're going to find that humans and mice are very much alike in those areas that don't matter, those functional areas. This is the proof for evolution.
What I'm asking you is, how do you get past all that and say, look, this proves we're related?
It takes a long time. It's the theory of evolution. You think I can show you one paper that's going to prove evolution or whatever?
All right, let's see. Apparently, you have a problem with the scientific method here. So let's look at this. Let's take it one step at a time. Yep. What is your observation?
On this, it would be the genome. It would be the genetic sequence that creates LATS1 and 2, and the genetic sequence that creates WTS. And those two proteins, they have the same function.
Okay, that's your observation, right?
Observation, and then you find the differences.
What hypothesis do you develop from this observation?
Okay, the hypothesis is if we diverge from fruit flies 600 million or 300 or 400 million years ago, probably 400 million years ago, if we diverge from them at that point, then what we're going to find is that the functional part of this genetic sequence is very similar, but the non-functional parts, the C-terminal and N-terminal and all of that, are going to be sort of random, right? And they're going to be very different in the Drosophila and the mammal, but they're not going to be as different in the mouse and the human.
Let me pause you for just a moment here, if you don't mind. In the first place, I don't know of anybody, not a single reputable scientist in the world, that would say we evolved from the fruit fly. And yet,
we didn't evolve from a fruit fly.
That's what you just said.
We evolved from a common ancestor.
You just said, you just said.
Okay, can you roll this back? Because if I said that, I must have been drunk or tired.
That's what you said. You said if we did.
No. We came from a common ancestor.
There you go. Okay, that's the hypothesis. The
that we came from a
hypothesis
common
you draw
ancestor.
from this is that we developed from a common ancestor with the fruit fly.
Yep.
Okay. We have a common ancestor. Now, that's not the end of the scientific method, though, is it? Because
no, we have an
after
observation.
you make your observation, after you develop your hypothesis, the most important step is yet to come, and that's falsification. Putting it through a falsification procedure. Now, a falsification procedure has to be a very strict, specific method. And it has to have the ability to actually prove your hypothesis wrong.
Right.
If it doesn't have the ability to potentially prove your hypothesis wrong, then it's unfalsifiable. And if it's unfalsifiable, it's not even science.
And if lots 1 and 2 are different than WTS, then we falsified.
Here's my point. Here's my point. Now, your hypothesis is that we have a common ancestor. You draw that hypothesis from looking at these two charts. So I want to see the falsification procedure that follows, that tests the common ancestor and compares it with the DNA of the mammal and the DNA of the fruit fly, proving that it is a common ancestor of the two and that we really do have a common ancestor.
Okay.
Show us those
science. Okay. Science doesn't prove things. Science falsifies.
Show us those tests.
Okay. Science doesn't prove things. Science falsifies.
No.
You just slid from one thing to another, and you're talking about the scientific method, and now you're talking about mathematical proof. No.
There's not a reputable science out there that forgives themselves for not being able to put that through a falsification procedure. You're making excuses. This is special pleading.
If you would shut up for 5 minutes, I would tell you I've told you over and over.
5 minutes. Go right ahead.
If LATS 1 and LATS 2, are completely different than WTS, then we falsified basically that this protein has a common ancestor. That particular protein, we know that it doesn't.
The problem is they're not different. The problem is they are similar. And the problem is you are developing a hypothesis from these two. And the problem is that your hypothesis, as it just came right out of your mouth, your hypothesis is that we have a common ancestor with the fruit fly. So
now you've got it wrong. You made a mistake.
Now, if you don't want to, if you want to slight this and say that we're not going to test it, that there's no way to test it, you are telling the truth that there's no way to test this, because there's not a common ancestor you can point to. Just like there's not a common ancestor between man and chimp.
We don't have a common ancestor. What we have today, the observation is we have a fruit fly. We have mammals, we have mice, and we have humans, so we have three.
Let me make this easy.
Oh my God.
Let me make this real easy for you.
I know what you're talking about, and you're wrong, and you just won't listen with this common ancestor bullshit. You do not have to see the common ancestor in order to infer common.
If you are going to falsify, if you are going to test your hypothesis, yes, you do.
You can falsify the hypothesis by looking at the sequence of the extant organisms.
We just agreed on what falsification procedure is. A real falsification procedure has to have the ability to prove your hypothesis wrong. Now, your problem is you're looking at these similarities. Of course it does. You just agreed with that.
Not prove.
The problem
falsify.
Is what?
Not prove, falsify.
Well, you can't falsify it. That's the problem.
Yes, you can. You can. If you find these sequences different, then you know that something's wrong.
Problem. They're not different. That's your problem. They're not different.
They're not identical. They're not identical either.
You listen to me. Your hypothesis is based on what you're looking at right now. And your hypothesis for this protein. Your hypothesis is that we have a common ancestor. But now you don't have the ability to test whether or not they have a common ancestor, because you can't even point to a common ancestor, nor do you have its DNA, even if you could.
No, you have to infer it because the common ancestor was 400
and that's
million
not science.
years ago.
Let me
Were
tell
you
you what
here?
Colin Patterson, senior paleontologist for the British Museum of Natural History in the 1970s, he wrote a book on evolution. He was a stern evolutionist, not a creationist. And in his book, he didn't include any transitional fossils, nothing at all about them. And when he was
What's
asked
his name?
why,
What's
Colin
his
Patterson.
name?
Colin Patterson. ColinPatterson. Colin
I think I
Patterson
looked him
said,
up last time.
yeah, Colin Patterson said, look, you can make many a story on why one form should give rise to another form, but such things are not part of science because there's no way to put them to the test. He was asked, why don't you have any pictures of transitional fossils? He says, look, you can make up all the stories you want about how one thing gave life or gave rise to another, but you can't prove that. There's no way to put that to the test. So when we're looking at transitional fossils and you people look and you say, oh, every fossil is transitional, I have to laugh my butt off because you can't point to one that's actually been tested and shown to be accurately stated. For instance, we can look at man and chimpanzee. That's supposed to be a fairly recent break, a fairly recent common ancestor break between man and chimp. Okay, but we look back and all of the we don't have a single thing. You'd be surprised the evidence you do not have. You don't have a single. You point to a common ancestor between man and chimp. Point me to one. I'll wait.
You don't need one. We infer.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
if you're going to claim,
if you're going to
hypothesize
you sure
that
talk
we
a
have
lot.
a common ancestor, then yes, you have to falsify that. You have to be able to test that. If you're not, it's not even science. It is science fiction. It is your pure imagination, subjective imagination, and that's all it is. That's all you've got. Your own subjective imagination, and you're calling it science.
I don't deny that imagination is a big part of science.
Well, there you know, it's not a part of science.
Not
science
to you.
Would include science
because you're not a scientist.
Well, science would. I'm smart enough to know science would include falsification procedures, and you. And
I told you what it is. I told you what the falsification of this hypothesis is.
No, you didn't.
If LATS 1 did not come from WTS,
no,
and I haven't checked this, I'd have to go to NCBI.
You're trying to pretend you don't already have your hypothesis when you do. You laid it out for us.
Yeah, you got to have a hypothesis before you test it.
Okay, there you go.
My hypothesis.
But your hypothesis is not.
What is my hypothesis? That there was a common ancestor between the fruit fly and mammals, and between these two different proteins. That this particular protein had a common ancestor. Now that can be falsified very easily by going to NCBI. And I could be wrong about this. I mean, it could have been that another protein got substituted into this hippo pathway.
Well, okay? Let me see the test.
I'm using this as an example.
Let me see.
It is my hypothesis.
Let me see the test that this has passed.
You got to go. Okay, we got to go to the NCBI and we got to look at LATS 1. And we got to look at WTS.
Have a test that this is passed. You don't have that common ancestor to test.
You can infer that common ancestor by mutation rate.
But you're inferring
and the distance.
The hypothesis. Dude,
what?
That's your hypothesis.
My hypothesis is that they had a common ancestor.
What do you think a hypothesis
Did you forget that?
is? The inference is your hypothesis.
No, they have a common ancestor. The inference is basically, well, yeah, you're kind of right there.
I'm exactly right, and you know it.
We infer a common ancestor. Yes. Okay, that's a hypothesis. So we go ahead and falsify it by finding out that these things are nothing alike. Okay, will you shut up? Okay, the falsification is finding out that these two things are nothing alike. And that could be the case. I haven't tested this one.
How does that falsify a common ancestor? It doesn't.
If they're nothing alike, then it was completely random. If the two proteins are totally different, then they didn't have a.
That's not your case. They are similar. Deal with reality here, dude.
They're
We're
similar,
talking about
but they're
these
not.
two things. We're talking. If you can't deal with this, then deal with man and chimp. But quit changing what we're doing here.
Okay, are you not clear about what I said
I'm
here?
a lot clearer than you are. You don't.
Little
You,
ad
you don't
little
even
ad hom there, little ad hom. Okay,
No,
WTS and LATS 1 and 2. I don't know if these are the same proteins, or similar proteins. I do not know that. I'd have to go look. I'm assuming, for the purpose of reading this paper, that they are. But now that's a hypothesis that they have a common ancestor, that they're going to have a great deal of similarity between them. That is my hypothesis.
Now that's cool. Now let's take that hypothesis, okay, and show me the falsification procedure that backs your hypothesis or causes it to fail.
Go to NCBI and compare the genome.
I want to
do
see
a blast.
The test.
You want to see what?
All right, you are hypothesizing that we've got a common ancestor here.
For that protein.
Now,
yes.
Between these two animals, between this fruit fly and this mammal.
Yep.
You're saying that this indicates that they have a common ancestor.
No, I'm saying that protein does.
Geez.
Okay, that's part of it. Okay, if the protein does, if all of the proteins do, then we probably have a common ancestor between the two. But we're talking about one protein.
Do you believe we have a common ancestor or not?
I do.
Okay. Now let's take this theory, this hypothesis, because it's not a theory yet. If you want this to become a scientific theory, it's got to go through a falsification procedure. You have to have a procedure that you can run this through and prove it either right or wrong. There's only one test.
Compare the genetic sequences.
There's only one test that can prove whether or not your hypothesis is right or wrong. And it can prove whether or not your hypothesis is right or wrong.
You can't prove the hypothesis right.
Of course.
Okay, why do you keep saying prove?
Of course you can.
How do you prove it's prove?
If I hypothesize that I'm
okay, if you had a time machine, maybe.
If I hypothesize whether or not I am related to my cousin, and I say yes, my hypothesis is that we are related, then all I have to do is get a test, a DNA test, and it will tell me. It will tell me whether or not we are related. So
even if your answer.
Let me finish my point. Now, your hypothesis is that fruit flies are related to mammals. So now we need that DNA test. Let's get that DNA test. Let's find the common ancestor that the one that you claim exists, and we will test it, and we will test those two, and we will see whether or not it has a common ancestor or whether or not they're just similar.
Okay. You and your cousin, are going to basically get tests, right? DNA tests. You and your cousin. They're both alive. None of your ancestors are alive, and you can't dig them up. Can't get their DNA. How are you and your cousin going to determine that you have common ancestor?
Well, the DNA test would show us that we are related. Because we are of the same because we are of the same species. But now,
how would it show that? No, how exactly would it show that?
There, you cause that to go interspecies and interfamily, intergenus. Okay, so now we have to expand it. We can't just say you can't just do this among human beings now. So now, if you're going to say that I am related to a tree, you need to find that common ancestor to the tree and me to prove that that's the case.
Why don't you have to do that with your cousin? Why don't you have to do that with your cousin?
Because we're the same species, and we know that this works within.
Oh, so now you've changed it. Okay. Now you're talking about proving. You're talking about proving how related. Okay, are you talking about proving how related you are to your cousin? Are you? You're trying to slip out of this one, aren't you? because you
No,
know
I'm
you're
trying
cornered.
to,
You're
dude.
cornered.
Do you
are
realize
cornered.
how hard it is to argue with somebody that is dense, that doesn't know?
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
No, you're not.
You're slippery.
No, you're
Okay,
not.
you and your cousin. Let's get back to you and your cousin. Okay, you do a genetic test.
What's
and
the difference between the two? I'll tell you
the
what
genetic.
The I'll tell you what.
We don't need a difference. We're talking about what's similar. Okay, you and your cousin get a genetic test. How do you know that you are related to your cousin, closely related to your cousin? How do you tell that by genes? Tell me.
Well, we're the same species. Okay.
You've read 1,500 papers and you've done all this.
And let me speak?
No, you're not right. You're not right. You're wrong. Go ahead and tell me.
Saying.
Okay, you send in 2 pieces of DNA. It comes back and says that you guys are probably cousins. How did they do that? What test did they run? What did they do?
They're used to running interspecies or interspecial DNA all the time, comparisons all the time.
And what's the difference between?
Hold on. Now, the difference is you can run my DNA and the DNA of my dog. Okay. You can't come away with the same conclusion because we're 2 different species. Yeah,
you wouldn't be cousins. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not. Well, are you from down south?
Do you understand that we are not the same species?
But you have very similar DNA. You have chromosomes. You have the same.
Now you've got to prove, if you're going to hypothesize that, therefore, just like in the human species, or if we do a DNAs of species, that the same thing is going to carry across with family and genus and phylum and etc. And that's just not true. We don't have any way to prove that.
You're babbling. You don't know what you don't know what you're talking about.
I do know.
You use exactly the same procedure to find out if you're related to your cousin as you would use to find out if you're related to a mouse. The same.
Well, let me give you a good example.
Science.
We had the dire wolf for over 100 years. It was claimed that the dire wolf is related to the wolf. The wolves evolved from the dire wolf.
Yeah, I read about your dire wolf. Just drop it. I've got a whole document on it. I know what happened.
Right.
We were wrong about the dire wolf. So what? Did we? How did we do? How did we determine?
That's your problem. Everything that we do get the DNA for that ruins your claim. Like for instance,
how did we prove that the dire wolf?
Even right now. Okay, you claim.
Okay, dude. You got your head stuck so far up your ass that you can't even reason.
Now, you claim that man is related to Neanderthal as cousins. Cousins,
we started talking about a protein. Now we're talking about you. Then we're talking about your cousin. Use that as an example, and I cornered you.
I'm asking you.
No, you're.
No, you're.
You go think. You go think about this and draw it on a piece of paper, and maybe you'll get it. I'm going to go away. You are absolutely impossible to reason.
I'm sure
with.
You are going.
You are so thick-headed that you can't even reason with your own example.
You have a wonderful day, my friend. And
you too.
Come back when you think you can hang.
With you, maybe not.
Maybe not. I don't think. Okay. Well, sorry, guys. But yeah, what he was trying to say is this. He's trying to say that just because we can look at the DNA of human beings and we can look and we can tell who's related, and we can look at the DNA of dogs and we can tell who's related. We can look at the DNA of cats and we can tell who's related, that we should be able to look at all 3 and see that we're all related. And that's just a totally different hypothesis. Completely different hypothesis. What you've got to say is, okay, if we're related, it's through common ancestry. See, he tried to say at first that we evolved from the fruit fly, which is ridiculous. I don't know an evolutionist that would make that statement. And then after he had to be corrected and say it was a common ancestor, that they hypothesized a common ancestor, not that we evolved from the chimp or from the fruit fly or anything else. We evolved from a common ancestor, is the claim. So now what we need to do, we have to test that claim. There's only one way to test that, guys. If we don't have the DNA of the common ancestor and the DNA of the two subjects, we can't test whether or not they are related. We simply can't. But the DNA test can make that decision and make that mystery clear. The problem is every single time that they are able to test their hypotheses, they're proven wrong. Like the dire wolf, for instance, it was proven that they're not related to the wolf at all. They are their own creature. Then there's another man and Neanderthal and Denisovan. What we know for a fact is, because we do have the DNA for all three, we know for a fact that Homo sapien interbred with Denisovans and interbred with Neanderthals. We know this beyond a shadow of a doubt. We all three interbred, and we interbred with each other's descendants. So what does that prove? You see, the definition of species is older than evolution, the theory of evolution. The definition, 300-year-old definition of species is simply this. Two like animals that are able to reproduce fertile offspring. They have the capability of producing fertile offspring. That's all it is. So when we look at Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovans, we see that they have us all classified as different types of beings, different species, when by definition, we're the same species, and they've known it for years, and they have never corrected it. They don't correct it in the school books. They don't correct it anywhere. Why not? Because they give an appearance of evolution now where there was none. We're all three the same. Plus, this puts modern man as old as Neanderthal and as old as Denisovans, because we are all the same species. So he can't deal with that. You see, that's what the man needs if he's going to prove evolution at all. If he's going to say every fossil is transitional, well, then he needs the DNA of the Archaeopteryx, who he says descended from a theropod dinosaur and into a modern bird. He doesn't have the DNA of the theropod dinosaur. He doesn't have the DNA of the Archaeopteryx. He just has his imagination. That's all he's got. And that's why he got so flustered. Because the truth is, well, now known.
I agree with all of it. His assertion that abiogenesis, the definition of abiogenesis is life from non-life.
Yeah.
You know, so that your whole theory of evolution has to start with life from non-life.
That's the very beginning of the evolutionary process.
Absolutely.
That's how it's stated in Evolution 101.
And as far as evolution goes, he's trying to encompass all of evolution into just one heading. There's cosmic evolution. I mean, there are like six different levels of evolution, like cosmic evolution. And that's where you have to start with if you're going to start with any of it.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're in a closed system. There's only so many ingredients available, to create life. It stands to reason that anything that has life contains some of the same ingredients. It doesn't mean we have a common ancestor. It just means that we're in a closed system, and creation can't come from something outside of this closed system. It does, however, say it's a common designer. Evolution has nothing to stand on. Genetic entropy blew evolution completely out of the water. Yeah. I mean, man is actually devolving. We're not evolving. And the fact that we are devolving says that we started from, a semi-perfect or, a perfect genome to begin with.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
his problem is, I'm not meaning to interrupt, brother, but he's just special pleading. He knows that he has no way to test these hypotheses. And he also knows that an untestable hypothesis is no more scientific than science fiction. It's like FedEx calling itself federal. It's not. And a hypothesis without the ability to falsify it, put it through a falsification procedure that has the ability to prove it either right or wrong, it makes it not science. It's not even science. It's the falsification procedure that keeps science honest. It keeps men honest, keeps them from speculating all kinds of weird stuff and say, yeah, I proved it to myself in a lab, and yet he has no tests. It's what keeps us honest. You present your ideas, and if they hold water, you've got testability to prove it. So look, this is working out. Look, we do have this DNA over here from the dire wolf, and look, it does say that it's related to the wolf. It fathered the wolves. It fathered the dogs. But when we finally had the ability to test it, no, it didn't. That's what he's missing.
Well, and the scientific method is continuously trying to prove yourself wrong.
That's exactly what it is.
For verification. That's what the scientific method is.
If it doesn't have the ability to prove you wrong, it's not science.
Exactly. And there's just so many more flaws than that in evolution, man. I mean, there are so many more flaws.
Yeah, the beginning flaw is he doesn't even seem to understand that all life is cellular. There's not a life you can point at that is not cellular. I will say all life that we know of. Who knows what's on other planets? But all life on this planet is cellular, meaning that it's either one-celled or many-celled. If you don't have a single cell, you don't have life. And that's how life began. But you see, we have nowhere in nature, nowhere in the laboratory, do we have evidence or proof that a cell can be self-made, that it can just fall together accidentally, that nature builds cells. We have zero evidence of that, zero proof of that, none, zero.
Well, and even if we could create viable cells, we still, the trick is we already have a cell. Reanimate one that, has died. Reanimate the cell.
Yeah. Bring it back to life. That'd be a trick, wouldn't it?
Exactly. We have to give it the life.
There's some fellows in science that I do respect, and one of them is, oh gosh, what's his name? Craig Venter. He's not a Christian. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he's an atheist. And yet I've got some respect for the man because he's got ethics in his scientific work. For instance, what he did do, he took a living Ebola bacteria cell, and he sucked out its innards, everything in it, its nucleus. And he had created his own brand of DNA. And he emptied it out of its own DNA. He injected his DNA into it. Not his human DNA, but the DNA that he had created, he made. And when he inserted it, it started replicating. So I find that really, really interesting. Now, the people like our friend that was just up here, the atheists, man, they went crazy with this. And the exaggeration, you just wouldn't believe the exaggerations they made from that. They were dancing all over the pages where I was debating them, saying, look, Craig Venter created life. And I had to correct him, dude. Craig Venter corrected them. He actually had to go to BBC. He went on BBC to quiet everybody down and say, no, I did not create life. That life was already created. All I
He
did
just
was
manipulated what was there.
Yes, exactly. That's all he did. And it's like we can take life and we can manipulate it genetically and bring forth new forms of life, but we didn't create life. We just that's all we did. That's all we're able to do. And that's all
Well,
he's able to do.
yeah, and didn't his experiment actually, wasn't it so many 100,000 or million generations of this E. coli bacteria, and it still never changed? Or, I mean, it still was the same as what he started with?
That's probably
It wasn't
so.
that? Yeah, I'm thinking that's
I
what his
don't know.
experiment was, yeah. It went over the course of like 10 years or so. I'm remembering a little bit of it. It's been a long time since I read about it. But yeah, it was still the exact same. And it goes back to the same thing they did with the fruit fly. And actually, I think that is still going on to this day. There have been plenty of mutations, but it's been a loss of information. It's not new information. There's never been a new fruit fly created with new genetic information. All the variations have all lost information. Deleterious.
See, Austin Sims is in the audience claiming that
Oh, he's another one of them.
yeah, relationships and adaptation. But he's another one that can't bring you a single tested transitional fossil. He's another one that says every fossil is transitional. And yet he can't bring you one test,
No.
not even one, that showing that any of these fossils are transitional.
And
all he's got is empty words, hypotheses, untestable hypotheses, and special pleading. Please call this science, even though it isn't.
Well, and there should be billions of transitional fossils. Transitional fossils should outnumber, fossils of the species we know today, the species that we know existed. Really.
Yeah. And the truth is, he's going to sit there making claims all day long, but he's not going to be able to give you one paper, not a single one, that says, "Look, we've tested the Archaeopteryx, and it is related to the theropod dinosaur. Look, here's the DNA for both of them. Look, they're related." He can't do that.
Well, on the Archaeopteryx, it hadn't been that long ago since I saw where most of the scientific community has determined that Archaeopteryx was its own created kind, just like the platypus.
Well, they still argue. There's a school that says it's a bird. There's a school that says it's a dinosaur. They still have that. That's still a heated controversy. They don't know. They don't have its DNA. So all they can do is make guesses, uneducated guesses. That's all they can do. They can look at the bones. That's it.
And know that the animal died.
Yeah. That's all they know. It lived and it died.
Yep. No, it's all a make-believe. It's all a made-up story.
Mm-hmm.
And you look into anything they have, anything they bring up, it's either like what this guy. I'm sorry, y'all, if I sounded impatient earlier. I was. I don't have much patience for. He's just completely dishonest, and you can't. I don't know. It just seems like wasted conversation when you're talking to dishonest people because you're not getting anywhere.
He mentions ambulocetus. Look at that, the Basilocetus. I'm gonna show you guys something here. If you want a really good laugh, bear with me for just a minute here. I've got to look it up. I got this.
There is no hard science whatsoever that proves evolution. That's a fact. Not one shred of evidence proves evolution. None. Zero.
That's exactly right. I'll pull up something here for everybody. This is really cool. Let me pull this up and share.
You can't account for new information in a single cell. What in nature creates the information? What in nature adds DNA?
Now, if you go back a few on Austin Sims' comments there, he talks about several things. He talks about I'm just about to it. He talks
what
about
mechanism decided something needed eyes or ears or, you know, I mean, if a let's say one cell organism is living for 1 billion years in a puddle of ooze, what is the necessity for the single cell to change into anything? What is the, you know, the driving force?
Yeah. Now,
what made that single cell decide one day it needed to be two?
Yeah, and that's a great question. That's another gap that they can't show anywhere. You will never see a single cell turning into a multicellular organism. It doesn't happen. Now, if you go back to the one you just had before, the ambulocetus, JG, Salston Sims post just before that, the Endahyrus. Yeah, now you look down, he's talking about the Pakicetus, and then he goes into the ambulance. I'm going to show you what he's talking about here. This is Understanding Evolution from Berkeley 101, and talking macroevolution through evograms. And he talks about the evolution of the whales here. Now, I want you to see something. I'm going to go down here a little bit. And he says, he calls the Pakicetus an early whale. Okay, these first whales, such as the Pakicetus, were typical land mammals. The first whale, such as Pakicetus. Now let's see what he's calling the first whale. Let's pull this up. And this is the Pakicetus right here. Can everybody see this? It's a little dog-sized animal. That's all it is. It's a little dog-sized animal. And a mammal. And so the story is that this little Pakicetus began as a fish, then an amphibian, evolved into the Pakicetus, a little dog-sized animal. And then for the next 16 million years, he evolved into the ambulocetus. He evolved into this little thing right here. He evolved into this little thing right here. And he kept on evolving until we had something that looks something like a killer whale, and then dolphins and porpoises and etc., right down to the modern whale. That's the alleged evolution of the whale. So I want you to see what they say here, though. The evolution of whales. The first thing to notice on this evogram, this is the very first, if you're going to bury information, bury it right there in plain sight. The first thing to notice on this evogram is that hippos are the closest living animals to whales. They don't say might be, they say they are, even though they can't test this because they don't have the common ancestor to test it with. It says that they are the closest living relatives, but they are not the ancestor of whales. In fact, now pay attention to this. None, N-O-N-E, none of the individual animals on the evogram is the direct ancestor of any other as far as we know. Now, and then they're going to go down there and call the Pakicetus a whale.
And then they're going to draw you a picture and say, but yes, they are all connected.
Yeah, yes, this one gave rise to this and gave rise to that and gave rise to that. Now, why are they saying that as far as they know, none of these are the direct ancestor of any other, as far as they know? Because they don't have the DNA. So what they're presenting you is an untestable, subjective hypothesis. That's exactly what they're presenting to you. And they're presenting it in such a way as you should accept that they are the authorities, and so they know. Somehow they've proven this, but they're not telling you how. because they haven't. It's all a mind screw, dude. That's exactly what it is. It's a mind screw. And these people have drank the Kool-Aid.
And that's all phylogeny is, dude, is a drawing lines on a paper from one animal to the next.
Pure imagination. That's exactly
what it is, man. It's a pseudoscience.
But if you read close enough, you'll find
right. They refute themselves in almost everything they publish, but the way they present it, it's meant to make for you to believe that, even though they said in the first paragraph, "Don't believe this."
Well, let's damn them a little bit more. Even how's that? Do you know what their evidence is? You know what the evidence that this whale down here is related to this Pakicetus up here and everything in between it?
No, I don't guess.
There's a clue right there. Now, if you go down and you read into this, here's what you're going to read. You're going to see that this, when they dug up the Pakicetus, they found out that he had a thick spot on his skull by his eye. And he had this little place right here on his nose. So they're going to say, if you can see it right here, even better. So they're going to say over time that this moved up here and this thick spot stayed. And these traits passed down to this animal and this animal and the modern whale. The only thing that they have in common is that they had that thick spot by the eye. Oh, and one other thing. In their flippers, they have 5 bones. The whale has 5 bones in his flippers that resemble the fingers of or the paws of a Pakicetus, or the fingers of a person, or the wings of a bat. And it's those 2 things right there that they make the assertion that these things are directly related to one another and direct lineage to one another. That's just insane. That they dig this out of the ground, they look at it, and they say, "Oh, look, it's got 5 bones in its feet, or where the fingers would come out, or where the flippers would be, and it's got that thick spot by the eye. It's obviously an early whale." How ridiculous!
And it would take 1 trillion generations to get from one to the next, man.
Yeah, and supposedly it took 3 billion years for it to become a Pakicetus, but it became a modern whale in less than 15 million years.
Right.
All that growth, all that change, no more tail, no more feet, no more legs, not even lungs, different thing altogether.
And there should be 15, 20, 40 transitional fossils between the two. Between every pair there should be
hundreds, brother, hundreds.
Hundreds, exactly.
It's just ridiculous and then just what they've done with mankind is ridiculous. They claim that what is that? Trying to think with that particular Homo erectus. They claim that we're related to Homo erectus. Do you know how much DNA we have from Homo erectus?
Me? No, I don't.
They claim we have 0, which I'll tell you why I'm skeptical of that. You see, we have remnants of DNA from dinosaurs that's several thousand years old. And yet they're saying we don't have the DNA of Homo erectus, which is supposed to be a modern, really modern close cousin. I think they've got the DNA, and it proves we're not related. That's my personal belief. I don't believe we can have all these specimens. You know that these people are going to test every little thing that they can to try to back their theories as soon as they can. We've got bones of the Homo erectus, all kinds of them. We've got bones from, we've got the DNA of the Neanderthal and the DNA of the Denisovan. But they want us to believe we don't have the DNA of the Homo erectus, just a couple million years old. I believe we do. I believe it proves them wrong. But at any rate, they claim we don't have that at all. And yet they swear up and down, they talk about it like it's a proven fact, when it's just another untestable, subjective opinion based on morphology, based on looking at it, and subjectively making the opinion that we're related. Insanity, pure insanity.
It is. It is. And they're so devoted to their religion. They just, like, I've been reading some of the Austin Sims comments, and it looks like he's reading it off of Wikipedia or something.
Yeah.
And he's not even evaluating the claims that he's making.
No, he won't do that.
No.
Nor will you see him offer one shred of evidence, one piece of paper, claiming that anything is proven to be related.
Right. He tried to, what was the comment earlier? There's a few comments up talking about artificial selection versus natural selection. Artificial selection proves how natural selection can work. Well, artificial selection is somebody choosing between what traits to keep and what traits to not keep. You know, how to artificially choose, like dogs.
Can you see what Jay has posted up
Who
here?
chose that? Right, but there's not a mechanism that chooses natural selection that makes even natural selection valid. Look at the peacock. You know, natural selection, the first peacock with the brightest feathers that the predator could see would have been dead. You know what I'm saying here?
Austin is saying block me if you want. We're too busy laughing at you, Austin. Look. He makes this claim. I'm posting hundreds of pieces, and all of it has passed the scientific method, and you can't refuse a scrap of it. Well, what we can refuse is everything that you presented, because everything you presented is somebody's opinion, and it's untested.
And show the scientific method.
He showed us, he named all of those things that I took us to Berkeley and showed us. The Pakicetus and all these other animals that are claimed to be ancestor to the modern whale. So if you've got something, Austin, show us the paper that shows the Pakicetus has been tested. Its DNA test and proves that it's related to the whale. Show us that. I'll wait. I would love for you to prove me wrong. But you're not going to come up here and present any such paper because it doesn't exist. I could challenge you to prove that the Archaeopteryx is descended from the theropod dinosaur, but you can't prove that either. He'll say, well, yes, I can. Look, we can look at it. Okay. Yeah, well, let's see you falsify it. You can't do that, Austin. I don't know.
You're just posting stuff like you're copying it straight off Wikipedia, dude.
That's all he's done. And he's gone through,
and it's definitions and overviews of particular sciences. It's not any evidence of any kind.
That's not a test.
No.
None of this is test. All of this is evidence. All of this is evidence that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what science is, Austin. Bring us that test. Bring us what falsifies that claim. Proves it to be correct. Or proves it to be wrong. You can't prove either because you don't have the DNA. Peter says he's acting like a dishonest moron with no
But
shame.
and all you're doing is writing down definitions of the overview of what these sciences are. That's not proof of anything.
Well, if they choose to look like idiots, let them look like idiots.
Well, he's got a picture of a gorilla as his avatar. That may be sending a signal.
Well, he's giving gorillas a bad name. He says we're dishonest people because we're asking for the tests. Oh, Rich.
Hundreds of links supporting it. Well, give me one link that proves evolution. Just one.
We'll take any test, Austin.
Right? See, you got nothing, Hoss.
We'll take any test at all that proves through the DNA that any fossil is transitional. Any fossil.
You gave dozens before Eric deleted them. Dozens of what? Links to prove evolution.
I haven't deleted a single thing.
No, I think Jay timed him out a while ago. Somebody timed him out a while ago.
Oh.
Might have been Peter. I didn't look to see who done it. I just saw that you got timed out. But no, yeah, you ain't got no evidence, man.
No, he's just going to sit there and lie.
Right.
And that he gave dozens before I deleted them. That's two lies. I didn't delete them, and he didn't give us dozens of anything. Okay, Jay. God bless you, brother. I don't blame you.
I don't blame you, Jay. Run. I'm joking. Nah.
Jay, you're a good man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike Bruce neck. No, I'll do that when any one of you guys bring us a DNA test proving that Archaeopteryx is related to theropod dinosaurs and modern birds, or when you give me one that proves that Pakicetus is related to the whale.
Well, or any peer-reviewed article or experiment that proves evolution.
Yeah.
Or that proves any of the assertions you make.
Yeah. Show us
a
single-celled organism.
From the scientific community, from their research, the secular research.
Show us a single cell forming by itself. And then show us a single cell animal.
One peer-reviewed paper.
Or show us a single-celled animal giving rise to a multicellular animal. That never happens either.
That's because it doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. If you can't watch a cell self-form, then they don't self-form. If you can't prove a cell self-forms, then you can't prove evolution ever started. You can't. And if you can't prove that a single cell organism can give rise to a multicellular organism, and they've tried and tried and tried, then you don't have evolution. In order for a single celled organism to give rise to a multicellular organism, it would have to develop sexual organs of some sort, and it don't have that. Well, as it is, when they divide, of course they divide. They can only divide what they've got. When a cell divides, you have two sister cells that are suddenly the same age, the same everything. They are identical, and that's all you have. So you don't have any room for a single-celled organism to evolve into a multicellular organism. Thank you, honey. Right. What a wife. She brought me hot coffee. Isn't that a wonderful wife?
That's a good wife.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, sweetheart.
Much love, Sister Lee. By the way, thank y'all again for all your prayers lately, man. We've needed them. it's been a rough go here the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I think we're about to get landed down on top of it, though. I think we might be getting ready to level out and get a little bit of a respite, so to speak.
Well, amen. You deserve that, brother.
Yeah.
You deserve that. How's the wife?
She's doing a lot better. She is. First week. Actually, it hadn't quite been a week. Tomorrow will be a week, but first 4 or 5 days, she was really messed up. She dearly loved her dad, man, and I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But she's doing a lot better. She's dealing with things a lot better.
Amen.
You know, I don't know that she ever. I still have both my parents, so I don't know, but I don't know that you ever get, you know, I guess used to the loss, or if you truly love somebody, I don't think you know, when you think about them 20 years later and they're gone, that you don't, somewhere inside, you don't have a little, you know, mourning.
You know, my mom and my grandfather, for almost all my life, they were the best examples I ever had of a Christian. And not that my mom was all that knowledgeable and talented. She was a Bible reader and she believed it, every word. But there was a lot of theology that she wouldn't have. She didn't worry about theology. She just wanted to know the truth. And they're dead. Both my grandparents are dead. All my grandparents are dead. My mother and father are dead. My brother is dead. And God has kept his hand on me and kept me here. And he's given me my next example of the most wonderful Christian I've ever known, and that would be my wife. So I'm very fortunate. I'm very grateful. God has been so very good to me, even when I was never good to him. And, you know, look at what Mike says. You guys are a bunch of little kids who read some stuff on the internet, heard some stuff in church. Now, I'll tell you what we are, Mike. We're people that have heard your BS and Austin's BS and the BS of the atheist that was up here earlier. And we looked a little further to the science, and we saw how full of BS you are. And we don't buy into it. You see, I think that I could speak for everybody here, every Christian here, because we're all honest men. And I think that if God had decided to create everything through evolution, he would have been very clear that that's how he did it. He gave birth to the first single cell creature and blessed it to bring forth everything that came after it. He would have told us that. But he didn't tell us that. He told us something that's different. He told us that he created everything as its own kind. And he created it to bring forth after its own kind and in its own likeness. And guess what we see all through time? Without exception, we see that everything brings forth after its own kind, whether that gives you a fit or not, whether you say that's untrue or not. That's all we've ever seen. That's all we will ever see. Everything bringing forth after its own kind and in its own likeness. And you can't change that. So, you know, sure, the majority of the world is falling for your crap now. But, more people are coming around to the truth. And you people are being called out and embarrassed in public when you can't provide even one example of anything in the fossil record that is proven to be descended from anything.
I'm sorry, I was laughing at Peter's comment. Oh, I know, Peter. It is. It's My heart goes out to you guys. That's your critical thinking skills are that lacking, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Country folk would say, bless their little hearts.
I know. That's a redneck way. I know. But it's all you got to do is show some proof. I mean, you're just reading definitions of things and saying that the definition of what it is proof. Chemistry, biochemistry provide the foundation for understanding the molecular basis of life and evolutionary change. Well, how is that proof of evolution? Mm-hmm. Show me some chemistry or some biochemistry that has a foundation that proves evolution. Well, that proves a molecular basis for evolution. Show me a peer-reviewed paper. Show me see, that's all you do, Austin. Bless your heart, son.
Well, I think it says an awful lot that neither one of them want to come up here.
No, they sad. Really.
And our other atheist took off as quick as he did.
The scary thought is you're probably still a young guy, aren't you, Austin? There's the chance for you to procreate. That really scares me. You know, here's something. Shame on me. I apologize. That was mean. I'll take that back, man.
Yeah,
but something I want to bring up earlier on the evolution.
And, we did a couple of. He and I did a couple of.
Oh, I remember him now. Yeah. Bless his heart. He seemed like a nice guy.
But even though he couldn't in either of our debates, he couldn't bring forth one falsifiable. One thing that was falsified, proving that there's a common ancestor between anything in a fossil record.
No,
he couldn't provide even one, and went back and claimed he won that debate.
Right. Well, I remember he's the one where you were reading to Mary Swatzer word for word what she said, and saying what she said, and he kept saying you were misrepresenting her.
Yeah.
Right, when you were reading what she wrote.
Yeah.
And you misrepresented her by reading exactly what she wrote. That makes lots of sense.
Yeah.
Something I would go back to on the transgender thing and the homosexual thing that he was talking about earlier in evolution. Well, by definition, evolution is, or let me say by understanding, evolution is the process of adaptive or changes to improve or a species or to the continuation of life. That evolution is the idea behind evolution is that life is getting better. You know, that things are improving as we go along. We're evolving to a greater standard. Well, and if that is evolution, and if that is evolution, think about this. You know, if it's all natural processes, and it just happens. You know, evolution has chosen homosexuals for extinction.
Yep.
Evolution has chosen transsexuals for extinction. Evolution has decided in its mysterious, all-knowing way that these individuals are not fit to procreate. So it gave them the sense of wanting to have sex where they can't procreate. You know, and that sounds kind of a crude, but I'm sure you all get the concept. I mean, it's not that hard to grab a hold of.
Let me say hi to Mike. None of your biz. How you doing, brother? You rake my eye, man.
Hey, good to see you, Mike.
Yeah, that's Brother Timothy, Mike. So, Austin is claiming that I misrepresented Mary's work. So I'd like to ask Austin, do you say I'm misrepresenting her work when she stated that we've been finding soft tissue in dinosaur bones since the 1960s and no one spoke about it until the 2000s, leaving us in the dark for 50 years? Or am I misrepresenting her when I say that she found soft tissues like blood veins and tiny little things that look like red blood cells in the tracks of those blood veins, and collagen. Or when I say that all of these things have half-lives, and why would she say in her CNN and BBC interview that this was impossible to find? If you look at her interviews, she was scared to present this to everybody because she knew what was coming. And she was right. Boy, were they under assault when they come out with the truth. They said these people don't know the difference between biofilm and biological tissues. But she earned her PhD by proving that they were biological tissues. Now, the thing that you have to ask yourself is, why did they say it was impossible that these things can last millions of years?
Because the paradigm.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a very specific reason. But in her CNN interview and her BBC interview, she specifically states that these things are impossible. And the reason for that is that all these things have half-lives. And half-lives means that they've got a limited structure. And they can only last so long. A half-life is, like, for instance, the amount of time it takes to go from, let's say a thing dies and it's got so much C14 in it. Well, at the end of 3,730 years, it's only going to have 50% of that of its structure left, only 50%. After another 3,730 years, it's only got 25% left. After another 3,700, it's only got 12.5% left. That's why. And by the time you get down to 10 half-lives, you basically have nothing left to work with. And so that's why these things, it's impossible for them to last 65 million years. See, C14 does have a 3,700 year half-life. But when you're talking about collagen, it's the longest half-life for collagen is only 117 years, far less. So by the time you get out to 10 half-lives, that's only 1,170 years. So if you're going to look at 10 half-lives, you would say that's the oldest it could be, unless there's special preservation going on. And she's found out that by using iron and oxygen, she was able to give a 200-fold increase in its stability. And that might sound like a lot, but it's not. Because when you're trying to reach 65, 85, 300 million years. They found ichthyosaur, 300 million year old ichthyosaur with soft tissue. Collagen is supposed to last 300 million years. But no, you see, if you take that 1,170 years after 10 half-lives and you give it a 200-fold increase like she was able to produce, and that's the best she was able to produce, only a 200-fold increase, then the most you can have is a 234,000-year-old dinosaur. It can't be any older, not a day older, 234,000 years. So that's what 1,170 years multiplied by 200-fold. You actually need, if you're going to reach 65 million years, she had to get a 55,555-fold increase. And that's a far cry from 200-fold. So, you see, these guys, they don't know a thing about what they're talking about. They sound ridiculous when they're trying to say that these pictures prove me right. We can eyeball these things and know they're related. No, you can't. No, you can't. You've got untestable science fiction, your own personal opinion, and it doesn't jive with what we know about science. Not at all. Science disproves you.
I would agree. The more and more, the further we go in this, more research, the more science proves evolution is false.
Amen. And there's Broker of Peace. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
And genetic entropy all by itself.
Yeah.
All by itself, nothing else, just nothing else included. Genetic entropy proves evolution is false.
Yeah, it's got to be.
You will pass on. Eric? You got 50 deleterious mutations from your mother and 50 from your father. Deleterious means the information is no longer there. That means that's a loss of information. It takes information for creation. You have to have information. And information has never, ever been demonstrated to come from a non-intelligence, ever.
Mm. And I see Austin Sims is still dribbling down his chin without one piece of falsifiable proof to back him up in anything he's saying here. So there you go. That's all you got,
and
Austin.
look up, Austin. Look up genetic entropy. Look up what we know about the human genome. Look what information is passed from generation to generation. And I misquoted there. That was John Sanford, what I quoted. I misquoted. It's 50 mutations from your father and 50 from your mother. The deleterious mutations are 3 per person per generation. That means a loss of information. That's not added information.
Mike, I love what he just said. He says the law of biogenesis, life only comes from life, beats out any theory. You're absolutely right, because that's what we observe.
And that's empirical evidence.
Yes, and we observe that everything brings forth after its own kind and after its own likeness. That's what we observe. That's what happens. That's what we observe when we test it. And you know something? Biogenesis. Think about this, guys. What Mike just said, none of your biz, but what he just said. Every single time there's a live birth, whether it's an animal or what have you, any kind of animal, or any time that there is an egg that hatches, whether it's a chicken egg, an ostrich egg, or spider eggs, roach eggs, it doesn't matter, fish eggs, and how many of those hatch in a day. No matter how many billions hatch in a day, no matter how many live births happen in a day, no matter how many times a cell divides, which is another multiple hundreds of billions of times in a day, probably hundreds of trillions of times in a day. Every single time, it proves that biogenesis is correct, that everything brings forth after its own kind and in its own likeness. Biogenesis is a real science, therefore, and it's tested every single time a new life is brought forth, whether it's through mitosis or an egg hatching or a live birth. It proves God right every single time. And it proves these clowns wrong.
And again, bless your heart, Austin. I'm sorry. It's the same. He says he looked up genetic entropy and its creationist twaddle. Well, son, the genetic entropy comes from all that comes from the Human Genome Project, which is headed by the world's leading geneticists. Not all of them are Christians, I promise you.
Haven't they noted entropy for
exactly
over 100 years?
Creationist, it's science.
Yes, it is.
And you deny science.
He's laughing at hillbillies. I think it's hilarious that a hillbilly knows more than this clown does.
Yeah.
I'm a hillbilly. And you can't hold a candle to me, Austin. I'm sorry. You can't. You don't. That's why you're sitting down there. Now, if you want to come to my channel and bring us some papers that show the work,
No, all he's going to do is quote. He'll never bring evidence. None of them will. They never do.
He doesn't have any, and he knows it.
It's all just hyperbole. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And then when hyperbole don't work, they resort to diatribe.
I would sure bring him on in a heartbeat. And, he can come here anytime Jay would let him on. But he doesn't want to do that. Because if you act like this, Austin, you're just going to embarrass yourself. Yeah, you've embarrassed yourself this evening. You just don't know it. And look, we don't live to embarrass you. When I first started talking to you, Austin, I thought, well, here's a pretty cool guy. He seems like he's got a little honesty behind him, but you don't.
Totally dishonest.
You don't have an honest bone in your body. When you're met with facts that disprove you, you run and you use hyperbole and you just you become nervously dishonest and insulting.
Yeah, and you just parrot what you're reading. You're not thinking. You're not using your own brain to reach your deductions, Hoss. You're just parrot.
You admit you know what scientific method is, and then you use special pleading as why we're not going to apply it to your so-called science. Look what he says. No, I will not engage on your channel anymore because you guys delete links. No, we don't. You mute only when you're an ass. You are dishonest interlocutors. No, we're not, dude. You're describing yourself now.
What links got deleted? When have you posted a link, dude?
He hasn't.
He hasn't. See, that's dishonest, boss.
Post one now, dude. I dare you.
And honestly, if truth is truly what you sought, you would reject all dishonesty in it. You would want to.
No, it's not special pleading. He says there's tons of evidence. It's special pleading because you don't
show me some.
If it's not special pleading, give us the evidence. Give us the test, the DNA test that proves the Archaeopteryx is related to the theropod dinosaur and the modern bird. Let's see it. Or that man is Homo sapien who's related to what was that? What was the one thing you said we were related to? Oh gosh, Lucy, the monkey-looking thing. The last time we had a discussion, I asked him to name one of our progenitors, one of the things that brought us forth, that we evolved from, a common ancestor between man and monkey, and he named it Lucy. And I said, okay.
She's already been proven to be a monkey, and
I said, okay, now let's see the test that proves that. And he started throwing a fit because he didn't have the DNA test that proved that it's related to either one of us. And he starts acting like it's my fault and my stupidity that I don't just believe him, even though he doesn't have the test.
They've been proved he fell out of a tree.
Yeah.
Out of stress fractures in the leg bones.
Yeah. All he had was this assertion, and that was it. And he's calling us stupid because we don't just believe him. And we say, let's see the test to prove it. Well, Austin, if you don't, if you're just going to sit down here and waste our time, I'm not going to humor you anymore. At least tonight. I might humor you next time. But that's all it is, guy. Don't you want to be more than just humored?
Don't you want to know the truth even? I mean, the real truth?
Look at what he says. Prove they're related? What does it matter?
Prove who's related.
I guess he's saying, because I said prove that they are related, his hypotheses that all of these things are related.
No, he hadn't read the latest research and all the latest stuff on Australopithecus, which is Lucy. 80% of the fossils they have, and I've heard a guy argue this with me once. Well, they've got thousands of fossils. Well, 80% of them are just teeth. And the fossils that they do, and the bones that they do have are just bits and pieces. You could fit them all in a 5-gallon bucket. And they did actually prove with the what they originally found, the parts of the Lucy skeleton, that it was a monkey, and she fell out of a tree and died because of the stress fractures in the leg bones, or the hip bone, I guess it was, that they found. It's just silly, man. You're just parroting stuff you read from just show me some science, Austin. Show me some science, man.
Listen to this, brother. We've been talking about, they have all these hypotheses that all of these things are related, but they don't have a drop of DNA to prove it, to test any of them. And he says, prove they're related? What does it matter? So you see right there, and asking that, what does it matter? For one, they already have the exact traits an intermediate should have. So in other words, he's saying, this is more special pleading. I should be able to look at these two skeletons and say, look, they've got similar traits. That proves they're related without the testing. It's special pleading of why he should have to go without testing, why his hypotheses don't count in this, why they don't have to have falsifiability, why they don't have to be falsified. They don't have to go through stringent testing because Austin said it. How ridiculous. That shows you what slop this guy calls science. What slop passes for science for Austin Sens. That they can look at a bone and say, look, it's similar to this one over here, so they're obviously related. And he calls that good science and not science fiction, pure imagination without the testing. He says, what does it matter? He doesn't know what science is, and he just proves it. Your science is...
Wait a minute, this is a good one. Because of molecular phylogeny. I didn't know there was molecular phylogeny. You know what phylogeny is? Just curious. Yep. I didn't know. Well, I guess there could be a chart somewhere. It's got molecules with one line going to the other. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's humorous. It really is. I mean, it's man, people, they just want to deny God. That's all. And
none of your business.
Anything to deny God without any proof, ever. They never have any proof, ever.
Yeah. Mike brings up something else interesting too. None of your biz. He's talking about the death pose.
Yes.
The dinosaur death pose. As a matter of fact, it's so common that it does have its own name. And I can't pronounce that, but you're right, Mike. And it's a posture that's often seen in drowning victims. And what they see is that the dinosaurs, the long-necked dinosaurs, were being covered by something. And they were struggling. Yeah, they were struggling to breathe. And they had all of this mud and water piling on top of them. And they're trying to hold their head up and back as far as they can get it so that they can continue breathing. And they finally drown in that position. And he's right. This is very common. But in my opinion, this, along with the fact that these dinosaur bones with soft tissue prove that these dinosaurs probably died about 12,500 years ago. And that's when we had the great flood, the flood of Noah. I think that's both of those things are proof of that flood. And if you look, They claim that there's no evidence of a worldwide flood, and yet, if you look in every continent of the world, then they agree that we had extinctions. They try to break it up over a period of 400 or 500 million years, but they try to say that we had several different extinction events. I think that they're looking at one big one, and that they're trying to spreading it out over a period of time, because if they don't, they have to admit that the entire world was flooded at one time. That's why they have to spread it out. And you can go back to, you can Google this, the Great Triassic Flooding, and you'll see that over a 200 million year period, the entire Earth at one point or another was covered with water. And they claim that happened during the Triassic. I claim it happened during the Triassic through the Jurassic, and that only took place in a very short period of time, known as Noah's Flood. That's my claim. And that's what scientists used to believe until Darwin. But evolution doesn't hold water, guys. So you still got nothing to stand on. Everywhere you look, we have evidence of the flood. We have evidence of young dinosaurs dying out. You guys got nothing. You got nothing but a joke for science.
Yes. Oh, it's just really hard to. It's just hard to reason with dishonesty, man, and that's the thing. If y'all really, if you really sought the truth instead of a truth that you're comfortable with, that you can lay your head down on your pillow at night and sleep with, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, if you can't make an honest concession, you're not even mature. You're not a man. I'm sorry. You're not. If you can't make an honest concession, in my opinion, you are not a man.
Exactly, Jay. It takes more faith, actually, probably, to be an evolutionist than it does to be a Christian. Because Jesus did rise from the dead.
That's right.
We have evidence for the resurrection and the crucifixion. We don't have any evidence for evolution, not one shred.
Jay, that's such a great point. Evolution, you see it. He has no evidence. His hypotheses can't even be tested, and he doesn't want to admit. He wants to special plead as to why we should accept his so-called evidence that can't be tested. Why we should accept it as science when it's not. When all he's doing is he's got nothing but, it's not just blind faith, Jay. It's even worse. Christians don't walk in blind faith. We have things that we can hold on to, prayers that we see answered, times when God leads us. Times when God leads us and moves us. And we have all of these things that we can hold on to and point out as proof and evidence of God. But these guys don't even have that. They look at a fossil and they say, oh, look, it's got a wide spot at the eye. So this Pachycetus has to be related to the whale. How ridiculous can you be? You can look at anything and make believe that it's related to anything by doing this. And that's exactly what they do. And then they call it science, when all it is, it's justification, not just by faith, but it's faith in spite of all the evidence against it. They don't have a single thing. Even the dire wolf proves that it's not related to the wolf like they claimed it was. And when we can examine their claims with DNA, it proves wrong. So they're believing this in spite of the facts. in spite of real science.
I agree. And at its root, evolution is not even intellectually plausible, people. You know, even dating stuff. Carbon-14 is probably I guess the creationist, as far as all the dating methods, that would be our closest friend. And still, even with that, it assumes that the amount of carbon-14 in something or in the atmosphere, or let me start again. The amount of carbon-14 in the atmosphere when something died was exactly as what it is today. All of these assumptions are based on what we see today. Like, and we don't know that. I mean, and other science has already proven that our atmosphere at some point in Earth's history was a lot different. Pieces of amber have a 32% oxygen content in them. You know, we live now in 23. So the world was very different at one time. And just like with all of the, potassium argon dating, things like that, they assume that there's a certain amount of, I think it's potassium that turns to argon. Argon's the daughter atom. They assume that. Do what?
Yeah, that's right. Just saying,
Yeah,
you're right.
that's what I was thinking. But they assume that there wasn't any argon at all in the rock when they tested it, that it only contained potassium. And that's not true. I mean, that's not even scientifically demonstrable. So all these dating methods are all based on assumptions. All of them. Not one of them is any hard science in it at all.
And then when you get outside of the carbon dating, I can give carbon dating some credence. It does make some sense, and it is fairly testable. It only goes back 50,000 years or so. And so, you can come up with, I agree with the concept on the carbon dating, but when you get to these other elements, like potassium argon, they make too many assumptions. You have to assume, first of all, that there was no leaching in or out of anything during all of these millions or billions of years. And then most of these things have a multi-billion year half-life. Well, how in the world do they know? How are they going to test that? Like this one has I forget what potassium argon is. It's like 4.6 billion year half-life or something like that.
Right.
How do they know? There's nobody that can test that. They can extrapolate, they can run maybe a 50-year test and extrapolate, but that's not a valid test of a multi-billion year process. You can't look at that, what happened in 50 years, and say, well, that proves that nothing seeps in or out over 4-point-some billion years. And that's a more recent one. Some of these others are like 46 billion years, 400 billion years. And it's just ridiculous. There's no way to test that stuff.
And it's so based on present day decay rates.
Yeah. And so what they do, they run several different tests if they can, of several different types of element, and they pick the one they want. They say, okay, well, this is obviously the most accurate one because it's the one I want to believe. But that's all that boils down to. And each one gives them a wildly different date. Each one. That's something that literally happened. And you can read this from creation research. There was a time when everybody remembers, well, if you're my age, you remember when the volcano blew, what was it, out west?
Mount St. Helens.
Yeah, Mount St. Helens. Thank you. And that happened, when was it, the 80s?
1980, and that is the modern geologist nightmare.
Yeah, it is, because they took they went to the dome. Well, this one dude went to the dome, the lava dome, and he took a sample and he sent it out. He took 2 samples actually and sent them out. Had
Steve
them tested.
Austin.
Yeah, and one of them came back at what was it, 300,000 years old, and the other one came out as 2.5 million years old.
Yes.
And then he said, wrong, this ain't even 20 years old. This came from Mount St. Helens.
Exactly.
And the atheists blew up. They said, well, you should have told us that because we would have chosen a different element. Well, no, you wouldn't have. You can't carbon date it. You can't carbon date rock. So, no, that's supposed to give you the most recent from 100,000 years or on up. That should have at least read 100,000 years at the very least, at the very most, but it didn't. So they tell you that things don't change and these things are accurate when they're obviously not. And then when they get caught with their pants down, they cry. And they blame the creationists for fooling them. That's just ridiculous. Just like these guys are doing.
Exactly.
Another thing, when they say that outside things don't influence that time when they're trying to do the dating system, they try to say that outside influences don't change things. Mary Schweitzer proves that wrong with her own writing, that article that proved that she could extend the lifetime, the stability of a protein, for instance, by using iron and oxygen. That did extend it. So obviously there are things that do affect it. So that's
she really only proved that it could be done in a controlled, sterile environment.
Yeah.
Not in primordial ooze.
Yeah. But she did prove that there are things that can affect it.
With man-made and refined chemicals. Yes.
Or even if it was just with, the iron from an ostrich blood. That's what she used in her experiments. But the point I'm making is, they say that these things are unchangeable, that they are rates of decay that are unchangeable. That's my point. That's a ridiculous statement. Of course it's changeable. There are things that can affect it. Look at
it doesn't work on you. Well, it obviously did. Because they came back and said it was 450,000 and the other one was 2.5 million or something like that. So they obviously thought it did.
Yeah.
So the potassium argon dating does not work on all young samples. Well, go figure.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a scientific method. Right. Right. Diamonds have carbon-14 in them. Do you know that, Mike? Answers in Atheism. Diamonds have carbon-14 in them. That means the oldest. So that means the oldest that diamonds can be is 50,000 years. We have man-made diamonds. We know how to make diamonds now. They have to be, once they reach the heat and the pressure, they have to be exposed to the atmosphere within 6 hours or they don't make diamonds. See, in another, you don't know that.
Peter's right when he says they refuse to examine their own worldview.
Right.
They can't take any of the facts that we brought forth tonight.
Right.
And discuss them. Mike couldn't do it. Answers in Atheism, Mike couldn't do it. Austin couldn't do it. They're just not willing to do it.
No.
Mike, if you want to discuss this stuff, I'll discuss it with you up here again or over on my channel. I don't care. But you'll be discussing the thing. He says, Eric, I cornered you and you ran away. That's rich. Okay.
You guys are exhausting, man.
It's as if he can't understand that we can take the DNA of any species and see who's related to it within that species. We know we can do that. Now, why do we not know whether or not that crosses over into family and genus and phylum and etc.? Why do we not know? Because we don't have any evidence for it. We don't have any evidence for it at all. Let me tell you what they do. If you'll look up coyotes, dogs, and wolves, you're going to see, if you look at their classification, you're going to see that dogs and wolves are classified together under canids. And you're going to see that they've got coyotes listed as a different species from dogs and coyotes. And yet, they've got to deal with the definition of species, which is that they are like animals that are capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. And then you can look at the facts that modern wolves do interbreed and produce fertile offspring with coyotes. Dogs interbreed and have fertile offspring with coyotes and wolves. So coyotes, wolves, and dogs are all, according to the definition of species, every single one of them are the same species. And yet they've got them listed as separate species to give us the appearance of evolution where there is no evolution. So there you go, Austin. And Mike answers in atheism. Your atheisticness is inconsistent. You can't even be honest with the definition of species.
And I would say your heart is playing a very dirty trick on you, Hoss. Your deceitful, dishonest heart. That's what makes just even having a conversation with you taxing, because you can't even be honest. You can't. Your whole worldview is requires dishonesty and lies.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
That's pretty hilarious.
I mean, I mean, if you truly are, and you obviously think you're an intellectual. If you truly are an intellectual, I would think that that would require, the existence or the truth would be necessary.
Yeah. Well,
otherwise you're just a parrot.
There's no such thing as an intellectual that lives and believes in lies.
Right.
They're not an intellectual.
Exactly. That's not exactly. If your worldview depends on dishonesty, you don't really seek an honest worldview. You just seek what your dishonest heart, what your deceitful heart wants you to accept. It's just that simple.
And not a single one of them, brother, wants to come up here and debate these particular points that we're bringing up. Not a one of them will. I would love to see Answers in Atheism Mike come up here and discuss some of this stuff with us. And in honesty. I would love for him to prove evolution is true by showing us a self-forming cell.
I would never allow someone like yourself to babysit my children.
No, or teach them. I would love for him to come up here and tell me why a single cell organism never gives rise to a multi-cell organism. Never. How are you going to have evolution if you can't get off the ground? If you can't even form a cell? If nature can't form a cell without a cell that's already existing dividing? Nature has to form that first cell to divide if it's going to happen. And you can't show that ever happened.
Can't even reanimate an existing cell.
No, you can't make it happen in a lab. You can't observe it in a lab. You can't observe it in nature. And you'll never observe a single-celled organism dividing into a multicellular organism. It doesn't happen. If you want to know why it can't happen, ask Google AI. It'll tell you.
That's funny, ain't it?
That is funny. But it will tell you, too. That's hilarious.
And AI is not artificial intelligence. AI is artificial information. It's not intelligence. Intelligence has the ability to reason. You know, and everything in any AI is keystrokes entered by human beings. And all of these AIs have all been proven to be quite flawed, actually. Mm-hmm. The new DeepSeek asked it about Tiananmen Square. Sorry, that is beyond my parameters. That's the answer that comes up. The new one from China. The who is it? One congressman got Chat GPT to ask it a question. Golly, can't remember what it was, but it showed how completely flawed. Oh yeah, it asked about Donald Trump's assassination. And Chat GPT came back and said nobody tried to assassinate Trump. Okay, and you're basing your whole worldview on that. Again, it's based on dishonesty.
Do you guys remember when I told you about my debate with Google AI about Homo erectus?
Yeah, and I remember on your channel one night we even asked it some questions, and it circled around them all. It even admitted at one point, "Oh, sorry, I was wrong about that." Now that you mention it,
yeah. I asked it specifically, does the DNA of Homo erectus exist anywhere other than the imagination of human beings? And it said, "Oh yes, we have the DNA of the Homo erectus here. We found it here. It named 4 or 5 places where you can find the DNA of the Homo erectus." And so I asked it to give every specific finding and every specific test that proved that. And then it apologized and it said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. We don't have the DNA of the Homo erectus. We've never been able to sequence the DNA of the Homo erectus. So it is just a claim, and it's an unsubstantiated claim."
Exactly, and it's supposed to come from all intelligence, right? Every paper ever written, all that garbage.
And look at Mike here in Answers in Atheism. He's embarrassed, so he's trying to embarrass Peter. He says, Peter's asking the sensible question. Can you give us one piece of scientific evidence that can go through the scientific method for evolution? And he says, I already illustrated this, Peter. He's lying, of course. You are not properly educated, so you missed it. Now that you see how dishonest and just ugly that is. Why would anybody want to? How could you ever even claim to have a civil conversation with anyone, Mike, when you can't? You're not capable of it. You're sitting there willing to lie and tell us that you've got evidence that you don't have. If you had the evidence, you would have presented it a long time ago. Peter says he is a dishonest man. That's exactly what he is. I could add a few words to that, but I won't. I'll be kind. But Mike, this is why a conversation with you would only be unpleasant for anybody. I'm willing to endure the unpleasantness just to keep showing everybody that you don't have jack squat.
You're a better man than me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound that way, but it gets frustrating. And sometimes you just think things and that brain filter doesn't work, and it just kind of comes out.
Yeah, it can.
And honestly, it feels like it's like you got a 12-year-old kid that just won't listen. They're just determined that it's got to be their way, no matter what evidence is asked of them.
They are stuck in that prideful immaturity, brother. That's all it is.
Right. Prove your point.
Yeah.
Really. And I've said this once, I'll say it again. Show me one peer-reviewed article, one peer-reviewed experiment that proves anything, any claim that you make as far as evolution goes. Show me one peer-reviewed paper among secular scientists that prove your point.
Yeah, the actual test.
Yeah, show me the actual, right.
Not a peer-reviewed paper that just makes the claim. Right, we've got millions of those. Yeah. We don't need any more claims. We need some tests that prove these claims to be true or false.
Right. The guy that actually, did the experiment, what were his conclusions to prove the assertion that is made?
But they don't want to understand what science is. They want to lie about what science is, even.
And then scientists aren't as smart as me.
When I first started talking to atheists, Brother Timothy, and this was many years ago, but boy, they sure did take that scientific upper hand. And they said, if you're going to tell me anything about God, it's got to be testable and repeatable, or else it isn't science. Well, that's okay. Now, when you turn that around and you put that to the atheist, they can't live by their own rules. That's where the special pleading comes in. Oh, we don't have no way to test that. But it's still science. Take my word for it.
Well, but you better bring testable. All scientists believe this.
Hey, yeah, ridiculous. Quite honestly, I have to say that militant atheists, I'm not saying this about every atheist because it's not true. I know a lot of atheists and agnostics that are not militant, and they're passive. And they're just going through some stuff. They're not clear on certain things, and they'll admit they don't believe in God, but they don't have anything against anybody that does. I leave that to them to work out, But the ones that are militant, like Dawkins, that calls for atheists to embarrass the Christians in public as many times as they can, they started a war that they couldn't win. Because that's when we started asking them for their papers, for their research, for their provable, their falsifiable evidence.
Yeah, they made to look like the fool over and over again.
Yeah. They started a battle they can't win. And that reduces them to 5-year-olds. You see that. So, and rather than be mature and just say, look, boys, you're right. I have just said every fossil is transitional. And it's true. the evidence that we have for that is dismal. It proves us wrong. We don't have a single thread of evidence that proves that right, because we don't have the DNA of most of these things. And when we do, it shows us we were wrong, as is the case with the dire wolf and Homo erectus and Lucy.
And somehow we've got Denisovan DNA and Neanderthal DNA.
Yet we do. We do have their DNA, and it proves them wrong when they say we are not the same species as Neanderthal and Denisovan. It proves them wrong. And they know the definition. This shows you how dishonest these people are. They know the definition of a biological species. They know that it's any two like animals that are capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring, period. And then they'll say, oh, well, it's the size. Look at the difference between the size of Neanderthal and the size of human beings. Well, you know something, what a ridiculous argument. Size has nothing to do, bone density has nothing to do with the definition of species. Nothing whatsoever. Nor does it have any effect when it comes to dogs. You got a Chihuahua and you got a German Shepherd. They're both the same species, regardless of size and bone structure and etc. It just shows how dishonest they are.
Yes. Yes. And you ain't truly seeking truth if you allow any of that in.
No.
If you accept any of it, one shred of it, you're not searching for the truth. You're just searching for something you can sleep with.
Brother, these people are not educated at all. They're indoctrinated.
Agreed. And that's like the Austin. He's just parroting.
Yeah.
He was just posting definitions of what the sciences were, not posting any evidence of evolution.
And then they pretend they won't listen to what you're actually asking for. And they pretend like they've given it to you.
Yes.
They know the difference. They're not fools.
Well, Austin, I don't know. I remember seeing the guy. I don't know that he does know the difference. I think he's just really self-righteous in that, I don't know. He just wants to deny God.
Yeah. He's obviously got some kind of burr in his saddle.
Right. I don't think he's actually, I don't know. Oh, no. See, I'm going to put my foot in my mouth. I'm just going to, my heart goes out to the guy because he seemed like trying to be a decent enough guy.
When you're not talking about the evidences that we have to present, I have to say, when I first met Austin and we just talked, I enjoyed talking to him. I really did. And I literally thought that we could have a really good discussion that wouldn't even need moderating.
Till they start losing.
And yeah, and we had our first conversation on my channel, and it had to do with transitional fossils. And I got him to admit that he didn't have the DNA of any of these fossils that he was claiming was transitional. And so there was no way to put him to the test. And so somebody had mentioned that he walked all over me in our debate, and I laughed about it. And I said, well, he's the one that admitted this and that. And he got angry at me. And so when he came back on my channel again, we didn't have a pleasant conversation anymore because his pride was hurt. And he took offense because he said that he had no evidence. He had nothing to prove what he was saying. He admitted it. And he took it out on me. So I told him, I said, dude, if this is the way you're going to be, we're not going to have any more conversations on my channel. And that's when I invited him to Jay's. But he wanted to just do the same thing on Jay's channel even. So
then he started attacking Jay.
Yeah. So,
telling Jay what a bad moderator he was.
Yeah, that's horrible, man. Crazy. So, I'm really sorry to see that in him, because I literally was, I thought that I'd found my dream come true. And I kid you not, an honest atheist that could sit down and admit when somebody had a valid point. That's
Never
all.
met one.
Yeah.
Just saying, I've never met an honest atheist. Never.
I'm going to say I'm hard pushed to find one, but I will say that I've had 2 experiences in my life where people have contacted me months or years later and told me that they were no longer atheist. So, I'm glad about that. But that's the only 2 experiences I've ever had, and only one of them turned to Christianity. So, I kind of feel like Noah. Go 120 years and don't convert a soul. But that's okay. We're not responsible for making them convert or making them to be honest. We're only responsible to lay forth what we know.
No, it is our responsibility to expect them to be honest.
Yes, it is. And that I do.
And to demand honesty from them.
Yeah. But if they can't, that's not on us. That's not our fault. And the best we can do is just let them make fools of themselves, playing their little dancing games as they try to circle away from the facts, circle away from the things that they don't want to talk about. They'll do everything they can to reframe the question or reframe the point. But they will do everything they can do to avoid answering these points.
I agree. And I agree with Jay's approach. You have to go straight to the core. You have to go straight to the what everything boils down to, what following things to their logical conclusion, and then question that.
Peter says Mike misleads a lot of people who listen to him. And Peter, he does it without remorse, with no shame at all. That's the most horrible part about this. His conscience is seared, literally. It doesn't matter to him at all.
Yeah, they're comfortable living a lie.
If you look now at the political temperature of America right now, Trump won over a lot of the Latinos, a lot of the Black community, most of the whites, and people have crossed the line from the Democrats. Look at Tulsi Gabbard came over, Senator Kennedy came over, Elon Musk came over. All of these people were Democrats. Even Bill Mayer, the sensitive lefty that he's been all his life, even he is taking up for Trump now, and Elon Musk. And yet you've still got CNN and MSNBC that are literally lying about absolutely everything that Trump and Musk are doing. And lying about, they're trying to make it seem like a bad thing that they're auditing all of these government places where they squirrel back money to screw the United States citizens.
That's hilarious, isn't it? What a hill to die on, right?
Yes.
No, we want government waste. We think it's unconstitutional to seek out government waste.
Yeah.
I know.
Constitutional crisis, they're calling it.
Yeah.
The crisis is they've built up these coffers with our money to buy their agendas. And that's where all of this money came for, to pay rioters to burn down their own cities. all of this money came from the Dems.
And that's
all
coming
of this
out.
stuff, yeah. The monies that the Democrats spent tens of millions of dollars to fly illegals over here from Mexico. They stopped bringing them across at the border, dude, and they started picking them up in Mexico and other places and flying them all over the country.
They've been doing that about 2 years. Yep.
Yeah. And where do you think that money's coming from? It's from things like this.
Yep.
And that's why Trump and Musk is cleaning them up. And watch, they're going to give this money back to the people. Watch and see if I'm right or wrong. They're going to give it back to the people.
Yeah, I've seen that floated. Yeah, you got to realize what's going on in history too now, y'all. There's a lot. There are so many things right now that are out there that are underlying that nobody is seeing. You know, this. I don't want to change the subject because this is a different conversation.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I get excited when I see a lot of these things taking place, because if the world was ever ripe, prime for an antichrist, it's now. And if you look and see where the trend, where the masses are going, and I'm just saying, okay, look at the people that are saying Donald Trump is going to, bring world peace, bring the whole world's going to be at peace now because of this man.
Yep.
Who's that ever been said of in our history?
Nobody.
In all of human history.
Nobody. And
I would just ask people to be, appreciate the good things, but be wary. Trust in God, but keep your powder dry.
Amen, brother. I will say this. Who can argue with his feelings on these matters? Giving the government back to the people, giving the money back to the people, giving us control over our government again, bringing us together as a people, can be encapsulated in his effect over all the Democrats that have come over to the Republican side to vote for Trump and to lobby for Trump within government as Democrats. Tulsi Gabbard's. What a mind she is, and what a force she is. She's the people that have served under her. She's like a colonel, I believe, a full bird.
She was a colonel, yes.
Yeah, and in charge of like a large regional section of the National Guard.
Yes.
She
also spent like 20 years on active duty, I think.
Yes, she did. She's been to wars. She's not apt to send our people over there to be destroyed.
Right.
For the sake of politics. She's not into that at all. And look at RFK coming over. He's not a health inspector, but he is a person that cares about our health, and he's put in a position where he can do something about this now. About all of this stuff had to do with the jabs and the things that we're going to do when we are faced with pandemics, man-made or otherwise. So,
what better way to get the world to support you?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
He's also going after settling that war between Ukraine and Russia. Why? Not because he's going to favor Ukraine, not because he's going to favor Russia, but because he's tired of seeing people die. And I mean, what a statement. Who can argue with that? And at the same time, he's recognizing our fault in this as the United States under Biden when we agreed to start this war in the first place. when we decided that we were going to accept the Ukraine in NATO. You see, that's a promise we made to the Russians a long time ago, back in the 80s, when the Soviet Union was breaking up.
Right.
We promised them that was one of their main things that they were afraid of, that we would suck those little Baltic states up into NATO. And we promised them we wouldn't. And we've all but surrounded them now by sucking all of them into NATO, or most of them into NATO. Poland, Czechoslovakia, all of these little states that used to be part of the Soviet Union are now part of NATO. And Ukraine is the biggest one of all, and it would have like almost completely surrounded them. So, we did that. We lied to Putin. Well, not to Putin, but we lied to Russia. And Putin's had to watch us carry this lie out for 20 years now. Over 20 years.
Well, we've had to maintain that imaginary enemy since the end of the Cold War.
Yeah.
We've had to, or I guess the West political leaders. I mean, that's what they're. Did you see J.D. Vance's speech the other day?
Yes, I did.
Did he not knock it out of the park?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was touching on.
Yes.
Is that they maintained this Cold War enemy when it wasn't necessary, basically.
That's right.
The Cold War enemy was gone, and yet we still had to keep it alive hell, I don't know why. I mean...
Well, I'll tell you why. Because their concept really is, out of confusion comes their order. So they have to create the confusion that brings about their order. And that was part of their confusion.
Yeah, and they leave things out, like on the Russia-Ukraine war. They leave out the fact that Ukraine had been bombing the Donbass and a couple of other ethnically Russian areas up there for like the last 7 years.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians were bombing and, killing innocent citizens in the Donbass. Ethnic Russians. Then this is all in an attempt to provoke Russia to war.
Yeah, and they...
Granted, now let me make a disclaimer right quick. I am not a Russian sympathizer in any way whatsoever. Vladimir Putin is one of the most evil men that have ever been on this earth. But the facts of how we got to where we're at still remain the same, regardless of whose side you're on. The progression to the point we're at is still the same.
He wasn't the warmonger that pushed this war.
No.
The Ukraine and the United States were both the warmongers here.
Exactly. NATO has been pushing this.
Yeah. The points you bring about the Ukrainians bombing the Russians that were living in that part of Ukraine, and that's exactly what they were doing.
Yes.
Putin bit his lip. He didn't do a thing about it. He wanted to. He was tempted to. They asked him to. The people in Ukraine asked if they could become a part of Russia. And to avoid the war, he said no. But then all of a sudden, when Joe Biden came in, and he said, "You guys want to be part of NATO now?" And Ukraine said yes. That's when Putin put his foot down and said, "Oh, no, you do not." So he was keeping Russia from being surrounded. You can't fault the man for that. We've completely lied to that state. And we should, I'm not proud of our lies. I don't think we should have sucked any of those little states into NATO. If there's no Soviet bloc, there's no need for NATO.
Exactly. It was not necessary. No.
But it's just another place to sink trillions of dollars into. And you know that money is going to be recycled back into the politicians' pockets. Because that's just the way this works.
Give me just a second. I got to take an old man break.
Okay. That is pretty crazy. But I've got to say, as a man that served my country, I'm embarrassed and ashamed at what we do overseas and how we have warmongered and fearmongered our own citizens and everybody around the world. I'm thoroughly ashamed of what this country has become. And some of these atheists that we've been debating, they're nothing new. They're just another version of the same old type of people that's bringing this country into ruin, living for themselves, fooling the people, pulling the wool over our eyes, condemning everything that's decent. The truth today gets spit on by, man, so many forces that are built up against it. That's why, Jesus, his biggest warning, his main warning to us all was, see that you be not fooled. See that you be not deceived. That was his biggest warning. This was called the most dangerous time that the world has ever seen or ever will see. The most dangerous time. Why? Because it's going to be so easy to fall. We have literally nearly every institution in existence existing for that cause. To turn the truth into a lie, to bring down every individual. One of our former CIA executives once said, "You'll know that our disinformation campaign is successful when everything that the American public believes is a lie." And they're not far from that. And Peter, I love what you said there about Jesus. Jesus' everlasting human nature is something to wonder about. Amen. Yes, it is, brother.
It's all about the globalist agenda, man. Knock out Russia. Globalism is just one more step closer.
Yeah. Yeah. I think everything is designed to destroy truth. Everything.
Oh, I agree. I agree. And the misinformation, that's an overused word too, but just the out and out lies that are all over the internet, that just absolute lies about everything that are just everywhere, permeate everything.
Amen. Hey, I want to apologize to a few people that have visited us backstage, and I never said hello. God bless you guys.
Oh, I never even noticed anybody backstage. I figured Jay would let them in.
I think he had other things to take care of too for a while.
Gotcha.
But speaking of which, guys, it's been a wonderful evening, and I don't think that any of our atheist friends want to have this discussion on Jay's channel or mine, and I know they won't have it on theirs. So it's been a wonderful fellowship, brother.
I'm gonna have to agree. It's been a while for me. I needed to sit down and do some talking with somebody besides the wall.
I hear you, my friend. I hear you. I do. Have you been studying anything good lately?
No, I can't say that I have. Everything's been. I definitely want to get back on the parables. I mean, I've still got all of that lined out. I just haven't had, with her dad passing and everything. It's been a mess around here.
I understand, brother.
You
all
know,
you
and
got to do is let me know when you want to do that, and we'll do it, brother. Just name the day. If you take your time naming it too, don't feel like you got to rush into it.
Yeah, just I mean, it's like I said earlier. Things are settling down now.
Good
Kind of we're starting to get maybe back into a little bit of a normal groove, so to speak. Not so tumultuous, but that's Of course, you know me. I always got my face in something reading it.
Amen.
But oh gosh, man, a day or two we ought to be able to pick back up whenever you're ready, as far as that goes.
That's cool. We will. I like the last thing Peter said here. He says, "Hold on to your hard copies of the Bible."
Amen.
I just purchased. Have you ever heard of the Thomas Nelson Study Bible?
I have heard of it. Yes.
Yes, I just picked another one of them up. Thomas Nelson. That was my second favorite study Bible after the Thompson Chain Reference, the Thomas Nelson. And it came in a few days ago, an extra giant print, which I need that now, the extra giant print. But
Right.
I'm grateful for that Bible that just come in. I've been going through that a little bit here and there. But I agree with Peter. We're coming to a time we better have those hard copies.
Yeah, I got them all over the place. A lot of times they give them away free at garage sales.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got one from 1898 that a woman gave me free at a garage sale last year.
Yeah. Oh, amen.
The artwork in it is unbelievable.
I'll bet it is.
And it's that textured prints, I guess.
Yes.
And it's that older paint. I mean, the artwork alone in this Bible should be worth a chunk of money.
Man.
But I'm not going to destroy the Bible to take the artwork out of it, because it's kind of brittle anyway. It's got a few brittle pages.
Yeah.
But it's from 1898, King James Version. It's a big old Bible too. It's probably 14 inches tall, so to speak.
Does that have the Apocrypha?
No, it doesn't have the Apocrypha in it.
Okay.
No, it's a Protestant Bible.
Yeah, some of the older ones, King James versions, did have the Apocrypha with it.
Yeah. No, this one doesn't.
Yeah, I thought being late 1800, it might. But
the print. This Bible had to cost back then, $100.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Just the artwork, the prints in it, the pictures of Abraham sacrificing Isaac, and all of those illustrations they used to put in the old Bibles.
Yeah.
A man and the finger reaching down to touch Adam. But I agree, yes. Keep plenty of hard copies of Bibles. And I buy them all the time, or pick them up all the time, just because. I got a stack of Bibles, all kinds of versions. My philosophy on Bibles is some translations are absolutely far superior to others. However, if you open any of them and it leads you to Christ, then I would say that Bible has done its job.
Amen. Me too. I do try to caution people, because I've done quite a bit of extensive study into different translations and stuff, and I found something really interesting, and that is that the King James Version is set apart from every English version that came after it. And that is that it and the Wesleyan, the Bible, the King James, and the Bible that came before it were rested on the Textus Receptus, which is the Greek version based on over 5,200 manuscripts. So that's called the majority text. And there was never, I mean, you've always got something that, they might argue about a word here or there, but you didn't see any of the confusion that you see today until the advent of the minority text, the Alexandrian manuscripts. And The reason it's called the minority text is because there's only like 27 examples of it. So you have 27 examples that that are condemned by the very scribes that wrote this, wrote them. In the margins, you'll see scribes rebuking other scribes for writing down things that were not true. They weren't faithful. And then you have Jerome in his epistle, introduction to the epistles. He tells everybody that he was forced to use the Alexandrian manuscripts, which have left out 1 John 5:7. Now abides the Father, the Word, the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. The minority text leaves that out and many other things. And he says that he didn't want to do that because there was a Latin that existed before. There was a Latin version of the Bible that existed before his. It was used by Cyprian. And Cyprian quoted 1 John 5:7 from his Bible. And his was the original Latin that predated Jerome's by a couple hundred years. So Jerome says that in the original Latin, it wasn't left out. It was there, 1 John 5:7. And he was offended that he had to use an inferior version for his. So he went ahead and included 1 John 5:7 because it was included in the original original Latin. So I've also traced where the Alexandrian manuscripts came from and the time that they came from, the area that they came from. And they're called Alexandrian because that's where they originated. And they originated at the time that Origen was the teacher at his school there in Alexandria, Egypt. And Origen was a heretic that he wrote over 6,000 works that are still extant today. And in one of his works, he said that he's learned the original languages so he could, quote unquote, improve on the manuscripts. And then he had that copy of John that he kept up, or not John, Mark, that he kept up in his school that left out the last half of the last chapter of Mark. And when he went to Jerusalem, he did go to Jerusalem with his work and with his, not just his manuscripts, but with also his teachings, which were universalist. And they ran him out of town on a pole. They wouldn't have him. So I believe that Origen himself was the author of the Alexandrian manuscripts, and that some of his students did some of the copying. But it looks that way.
Well, the good thing about, one of the best ways we verify what's in the Bible is that all but 7 verses, I think, in the entire Bible, since the time of the New Testament, the first century writers, even Irenaeus, all but 7 of the verses have been, somebody has written a commentary on them. Somebody somewhere has written a commentary on all but 7 verses in the whole Bible.
That's true.
That's how we verify the text more than anything. And I agree with you on the Textus Receptus that those seem to be the most reliable. You think about the Sinaiticus, it was actually found in the trash.
Yeah.
The guy that found it at St. Mary's Monastery, I guess, back in the 14th century, admitted that he took it out of the garbage, out of the trash. They were going to burn it, use it for kindling. So that shows how much value that they put on it. Is the point of that.
Peter's bringing up a good point here that they used to sell this Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. He says they're the oldest complete manuscripts that we have, and I would say that's true, Peter, but only to a degree. It's a very deceptive statement. The beginning of, and I know you're not meaning to be deceptive, but if you look at the beginning of the NIV, it says that it's based on the oldest and most reliable manuscripts, speaking specifically of Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. But they're not the oldest. If you study the works, it just takes a little bit of study. you'll find out that absolutely every bit of the ink, the original ink, disappeared. Absolutely every bit of it. And that it was written over clean up into the Middle Ages. It was copied back over by scribes on the same pages. And these scribes didn't do a very good job of presenting the entire Bible, which is why you find some pages that are only half written on, and some pages are blank. They're leaving stuff out, and they leave it out, in my opinion, on purpose.
Yeah, and the Vaticanus is named because it was found in the Vatican.
Mm-hmm.
They took it was laying up on a dusty shelf. If you read the story about where it come from,
Mm-hmm.
nobody really knows the origin of it other than a shelf at the Vatican.
I believe that Origen was the origin, the saint Origen, who's a heretical saint. He was called a heretic by the Catholic Church.
Yeah, do you know? You've heard of Wesley Huff, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter, have you heard of Wesley Huff? I recommend that guy's channel. He is absolutely brilliant. He's a young guy.
Yeah,
and I would also add. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
One more book I would recommend, and it's by Gail Riplinger.
Yes.
And it's basically 1,200 pages of just information. My point is, like Eric was saying about the King James Version, the Textus Receptus is a clear chain of custody, y'all, from the first century authors all the way up to when they translated it into English under King James. There's a clear chain of custody of all of that material.
Mm-hmm.
Of all of it. There's not a clear chain of custody with the Sinaiticus and the Vaticanus.
Yeah, and the differences between the two are major too. They don't have the same canon. The Vaticanus and the Sinaiticus, they differ as far as canon is concerned, and they differ as far as the content of the books. They differ a lot there too. They don't agree. They disagree on a lot of things. And if you look at the Vaticanus and the Sinaiticus, I think it's odd, or maybe it isn't, that the ink in both of them completely disappeared, and that every page was completely written over, clear up into the Middle Ages. And so how do you say that they're the oldest or the most reliable? I'm not talking about you personally, Peter, but I mean, rhetorically speaking, how did they get away with saying that it's the oldest and the most reliable when all of the ink completely disappeared and they were written over afterwards? And that took place over several hundred years. And then you add this fact to it, that you have scribes that are writing in that Bible, and they write notes on the edges and the margins as they're writing, as they're rewriting that Bible. And you have one scribe that is chiding all of the other scribes, telling them that they're leaving things out. They're not being faithful in their rendition. So, and Peter, he says, well, if it was wrongly written over, it would be seen. It is seen. And if you do a little bit of research, you'll see I'm right, that one of the scribes in these very same Vaticanus and Sinaiticus that you're talking about, in the margin, witnesses and testifies that they were not faithful scribes. They wrote those things. It's right there in the margin, written by one of the scribes that was actually taking place, that was part of rewriting it. And if you study it a little bit further, you'll see that rewritten, the revision, went up clear into the Middle Ages. So, when it says that it's the oldest and most reliable, you just really got to take that with a grain of salt. That
right.
is,
The oldest doesn't necessarily mean the most reliable.
no, it doesn't. And how can you call it the oldest if it was being written in up into the Middle Ages? What I've found is that it's neither the oldest nor the most reliable. What does that mean? We would see it if it wasn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, brother. We do see it. We can see the notes that were written by the scribes on the pages that they were rewriting, because the text is between the lines. Their personal notes were written outside those lines in the margin. And so one of these scribes that was working on the rewriting that information down that had disappeared, they were chiding. That's what I'm saying. They openly chide some of the past scribes that had been working on it. I think you might be misunderstanding what I'm saying, Peter. You can tell, for instance, these scribes were used to writing, they were used to the texts that were not Alexandrian. These were educated men that knew what these men know these scriptures by heart. And so when they come up to 1 John 5:7, and they see that the scribe before them, or whenever, had left out 1 John 5:7 and left out other things that they knew were there, or changed other things that they knew were there before, that they spotted all these changes as they were taking their turn to try to rewrite these things. And as they looked through it, they testified. That's what I'm saying. These scribes that were actually working on it testified about some of the other scribes. Well, that's what I'm saying, Peter. We do see that.
And they didn't use whiteout. They basically just scraped it off and then wrote over it.
Well, most of it was already gone
anyway.
Those
corrections.
Yeah, most of it was already gone anyway. Large portions of these papers were just completely, the ink was completely gone, Peter. Completely gone. And so what these people had done, they'd begun rewriting, like the book of John, the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, all of this stuff. They were rewriting these things, but these guys knew most of these letters by heart. They had copies of this stuff that they carried around with them everywhere. And so you guys are saying that our Bibles are... Peter, if you don't believe me, brother, look it up. Well, no, because Peter, I would never say that a person can't pick up an NIV and see how to be saved. I would never say that, because salvation is of God. Okay, Peter, you don't have to believe me, but you should just check and see whether or not what I'm telling you is true, because I promise you, brother, it is. I can tell you something else right now that I don't know. You might divorce me as your brother.
Nah.
And I would hate to see that. But I can show you where there's a difference between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint. And
there's many differences between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint.
Yes, there is. Some of them are huge differences. But one thing that I could show you about the Masoretic text, I think it's suspicious as where it comes from. The Masoretic text is handed down to us. It originated around 600 AD, and it wasn't finished until about 1000 AD.
And that's the oldest copy we got. It's the Leningrad Codex.
Yep.
And it's actually in Russia, believe it or not, y'all. Anybody listening? The oldest copy of the Bible we have is in Russia.
Mm-hmm. That's the Masoretic text.
Yes.
The oldest copy we have of the Septuagint is from about 200 or 300 BC.
200 BC, yep, from Qumran, Dead Sea Scrolls,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
But suspiciously, the Masoretic text is handed down to us by the same schools of Pharisees that crucified Jesus. It's the Palestinian Babylonian Pharisees, schools of rabbis that give us the Masoretic text. And these are the same ones that turned on Jesus. These are the same ones that give us the Talmud that cursed Jesus. Yeah.
The Septuagint is the oldest copy of the Old Testament we have, and it's from Qumran, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's dated about 200 BC. The oldest copy of the Septuagint we have is the version that Jesus and the apostles would have read.
Yeah. And
that would be the version that Jesus quoted 75% of the time in the New Testament out of the Septuagint. That would be the version that Jesus was quoting from. And we have a copy of it from, it came with the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's part of all that found at Qumran. Along with the first book of Enoch. There's a bunch of non-biblical literature in it too, but no, I don't favor the Masoretic text at all. So why favor it? I don't. I favor the Septuagint. I favor, that's one of the reasons I like the ESV, because the Old Testament in the ESV is translated from the Dead Sea Scrolls, not the Masoretic text. And it has a lot to do with the deity of Christ is what they took out of it, the Masoretes. It, a good example is like Psalm 82. I wish I could pull it up to be sure. Psalm 89 and Exodus 32. Exodus 32, Masoretic text says that at the Tower of Babel, when God divided the languages, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of Israel. Okay, at the time of Babel, Israel didn't exist. And the Septuagint says that the nations were divided up according to the number of the sons of God. Okay, and that's part of the divine council. That's part of that worldview. And what it does in the Masoretic text is it tries to reduce it conflicts with the deity of Christ. All right, and even if it was, say, meant to be the sons of Israel, there was only 12 sons of Israel, Jacob. Tradition has it, and the Table of Nations has it, that the world was divided up into 70 different nations. Jacob, Israel didn't have 70 sons. The point is, the Masoretic text is compromised because the Masoretes wrote it, and their whole point was to detract from the deity of Christ. And not just, the Bible is true, okay? The gospel is true. The Bible is also 100% man and 100% God, just like Christ was. And you cannot have something that's 100% man, except for Christ. I don't want to sound like I'm contradicting myself. That is absolutely perfect. Man is incapable of anything perfect. And that's why, and I'm up here all by myself. Anyway, that's why I encourage everybody research everything. Go back to where it came from. All of your doctrine, all of your religion. Go back to, and I say religion. Sorry, I can't come back. No worries, man. I don't have the thing to let you in. I don't know where Jay is either, bro. The point is, all of your doctrines, all of that. Go back and where did it come from? Who said it first? And then once you figure out who said it first, ask yourself, who were they and why did they say that? Especially if it conflicts with something you know to be true, something you know to be biblical. Pardon me. A lot of us, a lot of religions, a lot of sects have said, and I say said Christianity, and I'm not sorry for it, but they so wholeheartedly rely on tradition. They don't go back and read the Bible other than what the preacher tells them standing in the pulpit. They don't research any of that stuff, so they just take it for what it is. And not seek it out themselves. I encourage everybody to do that. Don't believe a dadgum thing that I have to say. Go seek it out for yourself. And then come tell me I'm wrong. Because if I am, I'm humble enough to, okay, I was wrong. If you're really, this gets me too. If people really sought truth, they would reject any contradiction, any dishonesty in their search, anything that any contradiction. Just like universalism is laced with contradictions over and over and over and over. How can, if you're really seeking truth, one contradiction should make you look in a different direction. One bit of dishonesty should have you looking in a different direction. No truth was ever based on a lie, ever. Ever. Nothing, Jesus says over and over to judge the fruits of things. Judge the fruits, judge the fruits, judge the fruits. We go back and we do research and we find fruits that we don't like. So we just ignore them. We just say, well, that's, that doesn't play here. That's not part of the big picture. That's not part of the story. Well, it absolutely is part of the story. It absolutely is part of the big picture. If you really want to know the truth, if people really seek truth, they will seek it out honestly. And they won't just find some place to land. One of the things, and this is honest testimony, which y'all don't get much less from me. If you're seeking truth, then you've got to be honest about wanting to find it. You got to be honest that you want to find truth. You can't just play it looking for it and settling on. One of the things when y'all know I was raised a Mormon, and one of the things early on when I was ordained a priest when I was 16, I took it very seriously. I devoted myself to finding the truth. One of the first things that I realized, and one of the first things that disturbed me the most, was that I was raised a Mormon. It had been drilled in my head from a child. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the one true church. Imagine having to get a hold of the fact, to digest it, that what you've been taught and told your whole life was false. I realized that the Mormon church was not the one true church. In fact, the Mormon church was quite a heretical church. That was a hard thing to swallow. That was really something tough to grasp, especially at 16, 17 years old. And I'm not, I'm not an anomaly. That's the case with most people. Is the hardest things to grapple with, to find peace with, are these lies you've been told your whole life. And if you're really seeking truth, you accept those things and you move on. And then, here's something, another little side point to that is that when I left the Mormon church, then my goal was to find the right church, was to examine all the religions and find which was the right church. And if I go and I become part of that church, then I'm saved. Well, that's not the case either, because I've delved into so many different, and the origins of so many of the different sects of Christianity come from awful roots. I mean, and the biggest one is, you think about Catholicism, and so many people will say, the Catholic religion itself is not Christian. I'm not going to call all Catholics not Christian, because I don't believe that to be the case. I believe that there are people that sincerely love Jesus, that just that's what's comfortable for them. They were raised, and see, that's goes back to what I was talking about, grappling, being able to grapple things and gather things up and make them reasonable in your own mind. I don't believe that everybody that sits in a Catholic pew is not a Christian. I just don't believe that. I believe the same with Lutherans, with all of them. SDAs. I got some people that I love dearly that are SDA. But I've researched SDA just like I have almost just about any sect of Christianity you can come up with. I have delved into the roots and the origins of it. And one thing I have determined, there's not one true one out there. Not one. There's not one religion that does not heavily, and I mean heavily, rely on tradition. It's not sola scriptura. None of them. And that makes them all false. And if your identity in Christ is based on the fact that you're a member of the Church of Christ, or you're a Mormon, or you're an SDA, you're falling short. Salvation comes through Christ alone. It doesn't come through a building. It doesn't come through an identity of belonging to a particular church. Because anybody dare me. I mean, I dare anybody out there. Come up, show me one sect of Christianity that is not more reliant on its own tradition than it is the Scripture. There's not one. There's not one founding church. Now let me back that up just a little bit. There's not, as far as modern Christian sects go, there is not one of the said church fathers that is not just laced in controversy, that is not built on a foundation of deceit and death. Think about that, death. How many Christians get the Catholics get a lot of abuse for this, which rightly so. That look at all of the Inquisition, the Crusades, all of the death, all of the murder. The Catholics killed more Christians in one night than the entire Roman persecution. They killed 70,000 Huguenots in one night in the name of Jesus Christ. You cannot tell me, there's no way that you can convince me that a sect of Christianity that is founded on the death, that is rooted in the death of other Christians in any way is sound at all. Never once did Jesus say, go out and kill people if they don't believe in me. Not once. That was not even remotely taught by Christ. The exact opposite is what was taught by Christ. You think about the Protestants. You think about Cromwell's England. The Scottish Presbyterian Calvinists and the English Calvinists, they murdered each other in the name of Christ. Salem, the witch trials in Salem, they were all Calvinists. They were all based on killing old ladies because they thought they were a witch. Look at the fruits of that said, and look, I'm not attacking you, Peter. I'm not attacking people that hold to Calvinism per se. I'm talking about the doctrine and what it was founded on it all by itself, where it started, what it came from. That's how Whitfield in Georgia, George Whitfield, y'all heard of George Whitfield, famous evangelist, outside preacher. I mean, his voice carried miles, they said, when he preached. But he justified slavery in Georgia on the premise that we are the elect. They're not the elect. So it's okay if they're slaves, because we're the elect. We're supposed to, they're not the elect, so they should be our slaves. That come from Calvinism. That came from John Calvin's humanistic philosophy. My point is, Jesus saves alone. It doesn't matter what church you belong to. If you believe in Jesus Christ, if you believe that his blood was shed for your sins, his death was basically a substitute for your death. Propitiation is the gospel. Anything that teaches anything other than that is false. Annihilationism denies propitiation. Annihilationism says Christ's sacrifice was not good enough. So it's false. I don't care how you read your scripture, what you think it says in the scripture. If it's denying propitiation, if it's denying the fact that Christ's blood was shed for your sins and that nothing else could pay that price. And that was the whole point of the cross. That was the whole point of the crucifixion, was nothing else could pay that price. Annihilationism says if you're in hell long enough, eventually you're going to be destroyed and you will have paid your price. Your sins will be paid for. That denies propitiation is false. And I don't hate nobody. I don't think if you belong to a particular church that you're doomed. In no way do I think that at all. Because I know too many people in several churches that I know they love Jesus, because it's in their actions. It's how they treat other people. It's how they treat me. It's how they treat, it's how they treat people when they think nobody's looking. That's how you know if somebody loves Jesus. That's how they, I watch in the side chats, and I watch people go back and forth, and I watch the people that don't go back and forth, and I watch the people, what they say, how they approach people they disagree with. That's how you see Jesus in people. And I see Jesus in people of all sects of Christianity. All of them that I know about. All of them that I've interacted, I've found people that love Jesus. Catholics that I know that love Jesus. SDA friends I know love Jesus. I got many Calvinist friends that I love dearly. And I love them dearly because I know in their heart they love Jesus. And anyway, that was just a long-winded rant on my part. Why'd you leave me up here by myself, Eric? I'm going to stick my foot in my mouth without somebody to keep me in check. I'm just joking. If you're really seeking truth, people, you have to seek it out, and you got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the bad with the good, and you got to accept it, and you got to go on and accept it that it is truth, whether I like it or whether I don't like it. Otherwise, you're never going to find truth, ever. You're going to find a comfortable spot that you think's the right spot, and then when Jesus comes back, when you finally do meet your Maker, you're not going to know until you get there whether or not you believed. An interesting story I heard years ago about Gamaliel, who was Paul's teacher. The school of Gamaliel, back in the first century Paul's day, there were two schools of rabbinism. One was the school of Shammai and the school of Gamaliel. And actually, Gamaliel was the one that actually took up for Peter and who was it? See, now I'm drawing brain blank. But Gamaliel was actually the one that defended the first apostles, and he said, "Look, if this is from God, you can't stop it. If it's not from God, then it's going to fade away anyway." But the reason I bring that up is Gamaliel, the teacher of Paul, on his deathbed, it is written his last words to one of his servants was that he sees two paths before him, and he doesn't know which road God is going to set him on, what path that God is going to lead him down. And that's, if you're not truly seeking truth, you'll be just like Gamaliel in the end. You won't know. If you want truth, you have to take the bad truth with the good truth, because good or bad, truth is truth, and it's eternal. You know, if tomorrow suddenly truth didn't exist, it will always be truth that it did exist. Truth is eternal. And if you truly seek truth, you have to be honest with yourself that you want to find it. If you're not going to find it ever. No matter how many books you read, no matter how many gurus you talk to. That starts with prayer, folks. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I'm tired of rambling on, tired of looking at my own avatar up there on the screen. I love you all very dearly. Eric, enjoyed it very much. Jay, brother, you know I love you. I appreciate you format very much. Peter, you know I love you very much, my friend. And anybody else out there listening that I didn't mention, if you've been here. You all have a great night, and God bless you all, and much love to you all.